There it is. You know how we start these things. Roll call.
Kaya.
Ryan.
Mikey.
Kyle.
And Steven! Welcome back, everybody, to episode 42 of our Mole Master campaign, The Elemental Evils, The Odd Jobs. What is...
I don't know why.
Which I believe this will... Tentatively is called Mayhem in the Earthspur Mountains Part 8, but may be renamed in the future to Eye of the Tempest Part 1. We'll see how it all goes, but I have a sneaking suspicion the latter will prove to be the correct choice. In our last adventure, together with our favorite adventuring party from Mole Master, the fight was on. After coming face to face with the Mind Flayer and nemesis of our party's monk Rornak, the Mind Flayer Vonquo, engaged with the party. After dominating the mind of Rornak and returning his silver sword, Earzarn, Recall Agony, back to the monk, Rornak turned against the party, fighting against his companions as Vonquo continued to usher him orders as a large, strange abomination creature, this construct of Vonquo, began to form and begin powering itself up using the energy and the elemental magic of the Seed of Fell Earth. A complete and completely fitted and undamaged, what the falling star of the Ledwakazar clan's home actually is. The fight was brutal, with Rornak nearly knocking down Jasper at one point. Jasper using her potion of Dragon's Breath to begin melting the stones that were funneling this energy into the abomination construct. What we will call the Golem from now on. The Golem, the party fought back quite admirably, using a combination of Jove's mobility, Freddy's stinking cloud, eventually knocking the monk unconscious after failing multiple attempts to break out of Vonquo's dominate person, before Vonquo descended upon the party, coming within a single round of removing the brain from the party's bard Freddy. However, with 2 points over the damage needed, Jove was able to strike down Vonquo. As the party began to pick themselves up, however, the golem finally animated, completing its power-up sequence in many ways. The golem began to head into the next room, thrashing about and striking out against the party. However, the party, not willing to let this new evil be unleashed on the world, fought back against the creature until it finally fell and began to sink into the pool of molten iron in the foundry of the Mine of the Falling Star. The party, successful, began to free the remaining captives, encountering one halfling by the name of Umbral Berrypip, the father of Lupe Berrypip, and freeing him, as well as cleansing a shrine in dedication to Grumbar, the neutral deity of Earth and the deity of worship in the Ledwakazar clan. As Freddy and Jove cleansed this shrine, they noticed that a number of the hawks that had been sent to investigate the mine had been flayed by the face and pinned up against the wall in this desecration of the shrine. When Freddy and Jove completed cleansing the shrine, they were met with a strange vision of the creation of the Falling Star Mine, the home of the Ledwakazar clans, and also a strange vision of a masked figure surrounded by fire jugglers reaching out as if in some form of payment. In their opposite hand, a black mask being held with the words, "Unmask the receiver and he shall crumble," echoing through their minds. Freddy and Jove shook themselves from this strange vision, arguably sent from Grumbar himself, As the party collected their remaining tasks, Rornak donned his original Gith clothing, the same ones that he had worn on his first foray against the Mind Flayer of Anquo. The party now ascends up through the mine's elevator, going from the bottom of the mine, the 500 feet, all the way to the top, with over 40 or so freed miners. The party now walks back out to the surface level of the world. The light, overcast and gray, but incredibly bright after spending so much time in this dark, mostly unlit cave systems. You enter back out. Many of the miners audibly and visibly burst into tears upon reaching the surface. Some, immediately fall to their knees and grab some of the snow that has fallen, whilst the sky is completely gray. There's still plenty of light out. It's probably the early afternoon for you guys at this time. The storm is still raging. However, has not seemed to have grown in any power. As the wind whips through, you can see the large water wheel that powers the very elevator that you guys ascended up into. Now opens up as you return back to the surface. What would you like to do?
Jove would try to find Amber in the crowd and start guiding him to where Lupe is hiding out.
It's relatively easy. He stayed rather close by to you, so as you all begin exiting off of the elevator, different miners begin heading to different areas. Some immediately go looking for food. Others begin to search for their clothing and what little belongings have been left. Jove, you're able to find Umbral, who immediately asks for Lupe's location. You begin guiding over to, I believe... Where is my mayhem? Where's my maps? Over to... Where'd it go? Over to the storehouse. You enter into the storehouse, and it is exactly as you left it. The locker still shut. It doesn't appear that Lupe has left her hiding spot.
Jove will call out, Lupe, Berry Pip, we're back. You can come on out.
There's a small kind of scuffling noise, and you hear the locker begin to open up with a... And you see a very small halfling child eyes kind of peek out. Nervous at first as they look around and see you and begin to relax for a moment until she looks behind you and her eyes go completely wide. The locker door flings open as she runs at full halfling child speed, which in the grand scheme of things is not very fast at all, but travels over and runs to her father. They both hold on to each other and kind of collapse, and there is just this overpouring of emotion as Umbral just begins to cry. Lupe's crying. It's just the wettest smalling halfling reunion you've ever seen. As Jove, you just kind of get to watch this scene play out. The two of them completely numb to the rest of the world as they just share this moment together.
And, I think he's going to kind of give them some space and just kind of smile, know that they're safe, and if they want to talk to him later, they'll come and find him. So he'll kind of smile at both of them and take his leave and let them continue their reunion in peace.
Yeah, Umbral catches your eyes just for the moment, and his gratitude is clear. No insight check needed. As he reunites with his daughter, and for Lupe, her father returns from what was, to her, surely his death. As the Berry Pips are reunited, the rest of you, this would technically be in the Winch House, which as that large elevator opens up out into kind of the mine's kind of outer area where you first entered. You see a number of these miners. Some go up to the kitchens, others immediately head to kind of some bunks in there and fall into their cots and just lay and bundle themselves up. Lay down for the first time in days for them. Some go into stores and bring out, small bits of bread. One of them immediately goes and finds like a flask, takes one swig, and immediately coughs, and what little liquids are left in his stomach immediately come back up, finding that the hair of the dog was not a great choice after spending days malnourished, eating who knows what. As you're kind of left to, in this moment, watching many of the miners try to put themselves together. What would the rest of you like to do?
I think once Jasper sees Jove is done with reuniting the family, she's gonna walk over to him and be like, so, should we go find the princess or whatever? Get going back to the Ludwig Khazar.
Yeah, I think you're about right. She said that she'd be coming by nightfall, or else they'd be leaving without us. So I can go and look out over the ridge and see if I see her coming up.
All right.
Joe, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That is going to be a 21.
A 21. You scan over the ridge, and you can see, for the moment, the kind of piercing blue eyes of the Ludwig Khazar's basilisk peering up, and you make eye contact, and it lifts its head, and you see a little bit of movement as a second head lifts up above it, and you have indeed spotted the Ludwig Khazars.
I guess Jove would come back and let Jasper know and say, yeah, it's looking like Larzona and the rest of our outfit their outfit are on the way. So maybe we can give these folks a couple more minutes to rest. And well, if we're going to be hiking them out of here, I need to get them at least a little organized, I suppose.
Yeah, fair enough. They just seem a little frantic.
Agreed, but I don't think it's going to do them much good to stay here in this storm. So, but I suppose we could always ask them. Does Jove have like an estimate? Like, can he like ballpark? Like, they got like half an hour? Do they have like before those folks come up, or is it like they're like trotting up right now?
Oh, the Larzona and the Ludwig Khazar. You can see that they're not like half an hour away. Probably just on their basilisk and their ability, they could come down to you. 10 minutes or less. They're enough away that they would be able to escape, but not enough to get in there anytime soon. So they're not terribly far away. However, roll me a survival check.
That is going to be a 13.
A 13. You start thinking about the ability to move 40 very tired, very emaciated miners in the middle of a storm to a dwarven cave filled with nothing but even more injured and hurt dwarves. It seems in this moment you're not confident that you could make it all the way back to that cave and keep these people together. Seeing their kind of conditions and their ability to barely even scarf down the food that you've given them, you don't feel very confident that they would survive a journey to find the Ledwakazars.
All right. With that in mind, I guess you would try and, find where all of the rest of the ob jobs are, so we can do a little round table and talk about this. Because I guess since he's talking to Jasper, say, Jasper, maybe we should go talk to some of these other. We should talk to Freddie and Rornak, because on second thought, I'm not sure these folks are going to be able to make the journey back to the Ludwakazars.
Ah, shit, I was afraid you were gonna say that.
Yeah, it was
Right.
pretty tough. I'm not sure if we should be staying here with them either, but I mean, they definitely need at least a little bit of rest. And
I mean, unless someone here has their head on straight, these people are not gonna survive that long. So, I don't know. But yeah, she waves Freddy and Rornak down.
Rornak, seeing that, would head over. What seems to be the matter?
Basically these folks are a bit too starved to be moving back to the Ludwakazar right now, so we need solutions for their survival and ours.
Well, it'd be nice if they miraculously knew the breath of the yellow rose. Certainly help with eating, but, well, I don't know if the monastery could send a rescue party out this way. I mean, once upon a time they did find me around these parts.
Might be worth a shot. 'Cause I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of tired, injured people, even if we do get everyone back safe to the Ludwakazar, so.
Well, if there's a group big enough that could try to do it, and selfless enough to try and look after some poor souls, well, I don't really know who else you could turn to around these areas. So, I would say, if the plan is to try and help rescue as many people here as possible, I don't think turning to the church, or to the monastery per se, is such a bad idea. Would be obviously a bit of a journey, but it's nearby enough.
So, what are we thinking? They sit tight here and we go get a search party to be sent, or send word some other fashion?
That's
well,
what I would.
Rornak, from what you told me, it doesn't sound like the journey to the Monastery of the Yellow Rose is exactly an easy one. So, not sure if their strength would keep, depending on how long. I mean, I don't think that they were down there super long, but it doesn't take much to really wear down the body for a good week or so. And I'm not sure if we have enough time to just be sitting here waiting for them to get better.
Exactly. If the worry is that they're too weak to go about out here, I can't imagine climbing a mountain will help them a whole lot, so it'd be better to bring the aid to them than to try and force them to walk to it. Again, if you want to keep the casualties to a low, that is.
Freddie, where are you at right now?
I came over when she called us.
Okie dokie, perfect. Then I want to ask everybody, go ahead and roll an insight check for me right now, as you guys are kind of thinking about the miners, the distance to the monastery, the storm, the Ludwakazar.
Got 17.
17.
And 8.
8.
At 20 for a 20.
20.
9.
9. Rornak and Jasper, you're scratching your heads. These people clearly can't travel through this storm. Maybe if the weather was nicer, you could slow pace it and, get some stuff moving. But even if they got to the Ludwig Czars, even if they got to the monastery, even if they got to the threshold, just moving this many people, with them at their state, that one's going to be hard. So you're scratching your heads. However, Jove and Freddy, you guys come to two different conclusions. Jove, you know that the last person to go around these parts that you know of was Yavendel, and that she was on her way to the Icy Teeth and the Glacier of the White Worm to meet the Emerald Enclave member Marika. The last time you tried to talk to Yavendel as they were heading to the monastery, the storm swallowed up the communication. You haven't heard from her since. The idea that the storm could swallow her up is worrisome and begins to be your biggest problem you think of. Even if these people were strong with the storm going, it was hard enough for you guys at full power to just get here. Imagine them trying to get back. Freddy, you, as a cloak and just somebody who thinks about the more pragmatic side of things, realize that most of the food and other comforts of this mine are still intact. Whatever that mine flayer was doing down there was not using these resources. So you come to the conclusion that the people here have plenty of supplies to stay here for the better part of a 10-day, maybe longer. But until that storm goes, they're probably going to be stuck here. And you both kind of come to this conclusion as you start thinking about these people, what supplies they have, and what their abilities would be. I'll leave you guys with that one as we come back to the conversation.
Come to think of it, I was contacting Yavendel the other day, and she was on her way up to see an Emerald Enclave folk up near the Glacier of the White Worm, and she said the storm was bad, getting worse, and then, well, communication cut off. So I think this is going to be a difficult journey, only made more difficult by the present situation. So yeah, I think marching them up there is pretty much out the question.
I mean, they had the supplies to survive here. So I think that we should just all hands on deck, get ourselves to some help and bring them back.
Do we want to rest before that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would probably be beneficial.
Yeah, if we took off now and bumped into something, I don't know how well we would fare.
Oh, I know exactly how well. We should rest.
Eloquent as always. Well,
Wait, what do you mean? Yeah. So just to make sure that I'm clear, are you saying that we stay here and then take off for the monastery from here, or are we gonna go back with Lerzona and tell these folks to sit tight and that we'll be back at another point?
I mean, we're not bringing the people with us.
yeah.
No.
It's just going to the monastery, like you said.
Well, I will remind you that we were offered the King Iorn's sword for completing this mission, and if we're gonna go up and see some shit up in the monastery, whatever is going on up there, that could be a boon to having by our sides on the way up.
You just kind of want to forward on bringing the people back, because, I mean, like we said, they're not quite back yet. Mission almost accomplished.
We could seek aid from both, for what it is worth. I mean, we don't know exactly. If the worry is the storm right now, who knows exactly when that's letting up. Whatever help we can get, I guess we could just take.
Okay, so we go to the Ludwig Czar first, see what they can do for the people, and then we'll go to the monastery once we're done with that.
Yes. Especially
Cool.
if there's not much that Ludwig Czar can offer. That's what I say.
Yeah, I mean, I like the sound of that sword, so.
Likewise.
We do have a bounty to cash in. Might as well.
So, let's go meet with the princess.
You guys gather up your things and begin heading out. The few miners that are more cognizant ask where you're going, and unless you have other plans, you guys kind of give them the rundown. They kind of nod, and after a bit of time out in the cold, immediately return back into the foundry. The foundry, the stables, and the storehouse look like they're built for the better part of well over 200 miners. At the time right now, you've got about 40 of them. So there's abundant space for them as they kind of begin to prep up. They bring down the grates to the vent house, start keeping the cold out. Some of the more able bodies begin to get fires going, and they begin hunkering down here and going into their storerooms and using up the surplus supplies they have. As you guys make your way kind of up the mountain, you get within about 100 feet or so, and you see Lerzona and her basilisk kind of rise up, shake the snow off of them, and as you see underneath these snow piles, about half a dozen or so of the stone dwarves, the Ludwigzars, kind of pop up from the snow as you return. You didn't die.
Yet.
You came back, so I appreciate that, Lerzona.
There's still light out. We honor our word.
And we honor ours. The foulness that was beneath that mountain has been vanquished.
Lerzona looks to the other stone dwarves and barks out a couple of orders to begin prepping to leave. She looks back to you, and it's not a smile. You're not sure if she's ever been able to turn her face completely in that direction, but a neutral expression appears in a solid nod. You get more of a smile from the basilisk than anything else as it kind of breathes out, and there's kind of like this column of steam, even though it is reptilian in nature. Like many of the creatures out of here, it runs hot. You can see kind of the heat from it, and even here as it exhales, you can feel kind of that hot air just move some of the wind to the side. As the Ludwigzar dwarves kind of gear up and begin guiding you guys back down the mountain through different cliffs and paths until a few hours later you've returned back to that kind of subterranean ravine-infested kind of cave where the remaining clan is. You see it as much the same. Many, injured dwarves, some beginning to change and kind to that kind of blending that Davy Jones crew with the very cave stone floor itself. As you get as much as expressive as these dwarves get, they look slightly surprised, which on their faces is quite a bit. Before you are brought before Iorn, he looks even more rocky at this point. You can see that the vast part of one of his arms, up through most of his neck, part of his chin, his entire lower half has completely turned to stone and kind of begin to meld into this rough stone chair that he is residing on. He's got, the better part of his face and like one arm left that seems to be still completely mobile as he kind of pushes with that one arm, those old muscles straining. You hear the scrape of stone as he moves himself as upright as possible as he sees you all. He's got those same kind of dark stone-colored eyes that Boone does as he nods as much of his face as he can, and lays his kind of hand out. Welcome back.
King Iorn, thank you for welcoming us back to your court.
Tell me,
Please,
do you come as champions or as cowards?
I'm pleased to report that we vanquished the foulness known as Vonquo, an otherworldly being that had enslaved the miners and set machinations towards creating a truly fell abomination that me and my companions struck down in earnest. Freddy also took it upon himself to undo the desecration on the Shrine of Groombar and return it to its rightful place. 40 of the miners are still living, breathing, dealing with their wounds that they will carry with them for the rest of their lives. But they are weak and could not make the journey back here, not that they are your charge.
You see his one remaining shoulder relaxes, and he says in Dwarven, all shall return to the earth. All shall return to Groombar. And as he says that, you hear echoed from the other dwarves as they all kind of nod their heads. They bow them kind of slightly forward as that rings out. You have succeeded where me and my kin have failed. Thank you. With the deepest gratitude. As solid and strong as stone. I thank you. But I fear my time is coming to a close. And I too shall return to the earth, into the embrace of my Lord Groombar. You see a little bit of more stone begins to kind of creep up his neck. His voice becomes heavier. What do you all plan to do with your miners? He coughs, and you can see a little bit of stone kind of tumbles out from getting caught in what remains of his beard.
Well, the current plan is to continue our journey up towards the Monastery of the Yellow Rose. Rornak, one of the mighty among us, spent many time at that monastery and says that the possibility of some might call charity or perhaps a mission of mercy down there to help those folks could be in order. A storm rages, but we are willing to trek through to not only see what can be done for these poor folk, but check on a friend and mentor of mine who made her way up there as well.
Then we will guard your miners. Your cause is righteous, and your heart strong. Takes another kind of deep breath. You can hear kind of the creaking of stone as it continues to kind of break in little bits where his chest still heaves. Our time.
Generous, good king. I'm sure you have the thanks of both ourselves and
You are owed gifts, a story, And a final request. From a very proud and foolish king. Daughter, remove my belt and sword. You see, Lerzona looks as if she's about to say something and meets eyes with her father. She squares her jaw on her shoulders and simply says, "Of course, father." Walks forward and removes the sword and this belt. It is made of precious metals, silver in color with what appears to be gold intertwined through it in like heavy dwarven patterns. The sword itself is not a dwarven made. The sheath appears to be new, clearly dwarven made, but the handle has a number of strange runes on it, with a large glittering ruby sitting on the pommel. It vaguely radiates with a low glow from the kind of runes on the hilts. It's probably about a hand and a half sword, similar in size to Rornak's own silver sword, but completely sharp and straightened on both sides. A beautiful, Jasper, you specifically with your kind of history of swords, know that this is exquisitely made. Clearly not dwarven, far too fine and fair, as Lerzona retrieves them and takes kind of a knee by her father's side, holding both in hands, as King Iron continues. The belt is for you, Joe Featherfoot. You may not be of the stone, but your heart and your strength are worthy. Receive my belt of dwarven kind. As you, Jove, are presented with King Iorn's belt of dwarven kind.
And he will come and receive the belt, bowing his head as he does, and with a great solemn respect on his face.
The sword is simply referred to as the sword of a king. Many decades ago, my brother and I found this sword after a failed battle in our mountains. The armies of Mulemaster began to retreat. Boone and I, younger, stronger, sons of a king, both claimed the sword. It was powerful. I knew that was such a weapon at my side. We could fight back against Mulemaster, the first of many victories to come. I championed for retaliation with the sword, to fight, to win glory, to maintain our ways, to push back against the expansion of Mulemaster. Boone had other ideas. He thought we should sell it, or perhaps ransom it back, use it to buy our lands from Mulemaster, to grovel with wealth. We fought. And I won. I was foolish. And I banished Boone. At the time I thought if he cared so much for Mole Master, then perhaps he could make a life there. It was my greatest folly. The sword provided me strength, but it did not win a war. Mole Master kept encroaching. Their numbers never thinned. But over the decades, our numbers dwindled. Until now, what remains is here. I do not see this sword as a gift, but a responsibility. And I can no longer bear that responsibility. I would ask that you show Boone this sword. It is his by right. And if your hearts are true, you will offer it to him, and see if he will forgive my folly, and be with his people as we near our end. It is my last request from a very, very remorseful brother. And that is the story of this sword. As Lerzona offers it out to you, the party.
If no one's gonna move for the sword, Jasper is.
You grasp the sword and make me a wisdom saving throw.
Whoop. So that's the thing I'm bad at. 3.
Wow, dude,
This is
three
it.
to save.
This is the sword you have been waiting for. As soon as you put your hands on it, the weight, the balance, the angle of it. You're not an axe wielder, you're a swordswoman, and you always have been. And finally, there is a blade worthy of you. Jasper, in this moment, choose a bonus of 1, 2, or 3. How much do you give to the blade in this moment?
Oh.
With what you just said to me, 3.
You have a +3 magical sword. You take a -3 to death saving throws.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh, yes.
As you grip it, and it's perfect.
Yeah, she's visibly giddy and, like, stifles a girlish squeal as she kind of just, like, holds it, and she'll, like, step back from them and kind of do a couple stances.
Make me a
Swing it left
performance
and
check.
right. Okay. That's gonna be a regular 20.
A regular 20. As soon as Jasper kind of unveils the sword, takes a couple of swings with it, and just like watching one of those old school 80s like sword fighting kung fu movies, like and puts it right back in the sheath. Like a couple of like cuts into the air, and you see just at both sides of Jasper's feet is like a perfect X of the blade, like hitting into the stone, cutting it, and going back in the sheath. And there's just this like shing, like a single strike as it goes back in.
Well, King Iron, I think it's safe to say that we'd be happy to return this to Boone.
Jasper, as soon as Jove says that, you just feel this kind of sick feeling in your stomach of, ooh, Jasper did not like that. However, as you roil from that discomfort, Iorn replies, "Thank you for what may be my very last words of gratitude." In Dwarven, he says to you, Jove, "Be mindful of that sword, Jove. It is powerful, but seductive."
He'll reply, "Thank you, King. I have faith in the strength of my friends."
I hope you're right. And as he kind of exhales, you hear as the rest of the stone begins to cover King Iorn until it overtakes his form. And there in perfect stone, sitting up straight, both hands at his side, looking at you, is the completely petrified remains of King Iorn Ludwigazar. As you see, Lerzona and the remaining Ludwigazar dwarves go and each kneel before their king and put a clenched fist into the dirt in front of them.
You gotta respect Jove would join.
Same.
You kneel with the Ludwigazar dwarves and have that moment. It is a long, quiet moment. Not to what feels like an awful long time. Lerzona pulls her fist back, stands. "We will rest for the night here. Stand vigil over my father. Tomorrow, we will honor his wishes and watch your miners while you go to your monastery. Do not dishonor his gifts, for there is no place where the earth cannot find you, and no place that I cannot find that." And points to your belt, Jove.
Arizona will wear these with pride and respect for you and your kin.
She nods and says a couple words in Dwarven, you know, that are Jove, you know, that are the equivalent of Dwarven scripture. You understand the words, less of their meaning as a non-follower of Grumbar, as in what is clearly Dwarven begins instructing as dwarves begin to stand up and they kind of surround their king and place different objects they begin to clear some of the things away from the stone and make sure that it is preserved and begin their version of funeral rites. Some trail off and begin doing the same. As you see, a number of the Ludwig Khazar's dwarves, those who are injured, have also turned to stone. As they begin kind of preparing their funeral rites for their king and their kin. You are left, it's probably, if it was about 2 when you got there, it took about 3 hours to get there, it's probably about 5, 6. The light from outside has already become completely shadowed. The storm continues to rage on, but you have this moment to be with your party, take your chance to rest, and prepare for your next leg of your adventure.
Jasper's fucking exhausted, but even still, before she goes to take a rest, she draws the sword again and is just admiring it and swinging it.
It's perfectly sharpened on both sides. Even in this kind of low light cavern, cave, you can see it reflects any bit of lights. You can see kind of your masked visage reflect off of it. It is like that classic European style, like hand and a half bastard sword. Like it moves so quickly in the air, even though it should be so much heavier. It's like a second person has hands on it, and you can just move it even faster.
She's absolutely enchanted by it. And it's gonna do that for a while before she goes to bed.
Indeed.
Yeah. Jove will definitely take good study over the belt, and does it do anything when he, or does he have to attune to it or something?
You do need to attune to it.
Gotcha. I suppose, am I able to do that?
Yes, you would have a time to attune to it. When you attune to it, Jove, your constitution score increases by 2.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And you have advantage on charisma checks, persuasion, made in interaction with dwarves.
Advantage in persuasion, you said, with dwarves?
Uh-huh. You also, as you put it on and attune to it as you're, eating a ration, watching Jasper swing the sword, the room becomes very easy to see in as you gain dark vision out to a range of 60 feet.
Oh, fucking yes.
Finally.
You love to see it.
You just feel you've always been a stout halfling, Jove. You always know that you've been thicker, made of stronger stuff than many of your halfling cousins, but as soon as you put this on, you just feel so connected to the ground. Just so much hardier with this on. You feel solid. The cold seems to bother you less. The earth seems softer. Suddenly it just doesn't feel like you're on a hard cave. It feels like it almost gives a little bit. Feel more confident. More pride in your body and your muscles. And just a profound sense of gratitude for just the Ludwig Khazars. And what were you going to ask, Jove?
I was just going to ask, I forget, does changing constitution, does that affect my HP?
Yep. Add 5 HP to your pool. Since you increased your constitution by 1, you get an extra point for every level that you are. Your 5 levels, you get a +5 to health. And that is your maximum health.
Yeah, Jove really takes the time to look over it and appreciate all the details. And like you said, there's that deep gratitude, and like there's also part of him that feels so like, oh, if Codwell could see him now, if his gaffer could see him now, and living out those moments that he heard about when he was just a wee boy. It's a really, despite the death of the day and all of that, there's this kind of warmth of feeling like he really did something.
Yeah, and around your waist, especially as it attunes, it is, you are thick enough for such a belt. It's just pretty tall on you is the way I'll describe it. So it does have kind of the reminiscence of like a WWE champ belt on you.
Yes.
Like it fucking like it goes around the center of it, and like you feel like you've gotten wider since you've put on the belt, but not a lick taller. So like it's perfect, holds everything in place, but like it covers probably like the top of where your abs would start down to like your pelvis. It is a solid chunk of your body covered by this.
It's like part weight belt, part fucking WWE belt.
Yeah, like if it, if you could stick your legs through it, if it had holes for that, it'd be a fucking girdle. The girdle of dwarven kind.
Yeah, so that's definitely what Jove will be doing, as eating, getting ready for bed, all that kind of stuff.
What about you, Rornak? You've had a very long day.
Rornak has had a long day and is pretty low on health, so Rornak definitely is keen on getting some rest, though before settling down. Rornak also will take a second to just take out Earzarn and admire it a little bit as well. A little bit inspired by Jasper. Doesn't have the strength to really want to swing it around too much, but just kind of taking it in and looking over the sword before he retires.
And, you see your reflection in it. It's so perfectly suited for your body. As you like lean, part of it like runs up the side of you perfectly straight alongside your body, on its like smooth side, to where you can almost put kind of the hilt of it on your shoulder. Your very own companion, a reflection of yourself in many ways, and it is comforting to have Earzarn back, to see your smooth and modeled reflection on both sides of the sword. But there's also a fear of having your sword back, as parts of you wake up. You feel kind of the solidness of this place, the sturdiness, the immutable nature of this stone, and there's that little part of you that's just off-put being in such a solid place. Now that Earzarn is back in your hands, this place is just so still. And without Earzarn, you found it comforting for things not to move and to change. But now that it is back in your grip, there's just that part in you that feels like something just yawned and sets a bit of your teeth on edge.
With that, yeah, and a little bit of that discomfort, Rornak will keep Earzarn nearby as he rests.
And Freddy, it has been a very long day for you. Your neck hurts real bad.
Yep. I think I just go to bed. I didn't get any cool toys. So
Look over at people with their swords and their belts, and lack of like books or music or instruments or gold or anything nice in here. It's just rocky dwarf. Yeah, it's just rocky.
lack of brain being gnawed.
Exactly, rocky brains and rocky people and swords and belts and not a lick of coin besides the platinum that you and your sister split. It's like, there really are people named Barry Pip out here.
That's all that I got.
I guess it's kind of
All I
nice
have.
that dad and that daughter got together. That's kind of nice. Not that you would say anything about it. Guess it's okay for the Barry Pips to be together. Um, so as the night comes to a close, Jove, as you kind of sit with the belts and the room quiets, you hear that kind of voice in your head. Jove,
Yeah, what's up, Keela?
I have a question.
Sure. What is it?
How come you did not want to learn what that creature had to know? It was strong, knew things, made something that not was into a single being. We were something that not was, and is now a single being. Were you not curious?
Akila, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious at how this all happened between you and me, but even if that thing did have any answers, I don't think it would have shared it with us. You also got to remember, Akila, however it came by those answers was through the immense pain and just diabolical shit that Vonquo did to not only our friend Warnak, but all those miners, and that's probably just a taster of however long that thing's life was. I know it can be frustrating not to know something, but to go through any means to find it out, even if that means dealing with the devil, that's a dangerous path. Not to mention, I think, well, for what it's worth, I don't think he would have told us. I think he'd be more likely to try and eat my brain. Then neither of us would have known nothing.
I see. If learning through diabolical means is not something that we do, then why do we hunt so much? We have hunted many things. Beasts and creatures. People. How do I know whether I should listen to a powerful creature or sink my teeth into it? I do not always understand what makes one prey and the other not prey. How do you know?
I think that varies on the actions of that individual. You know, you're right. We have gotten into some unseelie shit together. By no means are our hands, my hands, clean of blood. We've made hard choices, but it's hard to describe Aquila, but there's just something in me. Sort of like how you know where something is going, you know, whether or not if it's north or south, the east or west, it's sort of a compass that guides you towards doing the right thing. And there's something like Vonquo, who I don't know about you, Vonquo's not a hunter. A hunter doesn't keep its prey in chains and parades it around. When we do our duty, as messy as it can be, we do it with a certain mercy. And once you start getting merciless, cutthroat, do anything by any means, no matter who it hurts, that's how you start knowing you're going down the wrong path. Nikila, I don't want either of us to go down the wrong path. I know you were very powerful. I can feel that expressed through me. I just hope that we can be a force for good. That we can help people. That we can reunite father and daughter like we just did. Sure, we had a reason to. We got paid. But we've done some real good today, Akila. And if you ever need advice, if you ever need some help with that compass on whether or not something feels wrong or feels right, you can always talk to me. I'm here for you. You're not alone.
Of course not. I reside inside you. Where would you go? Does not make any sense. But I will think on what you have said. I did not dislike seeing berry pips. But I am also a hunter. And you must understand, Jove. There is not good and bad in the hunt. Only success and failure. It is
Right,
not
right.
good to die, regardless of for who. And I hope that you do not forget that we both would die for your good. But this is something to think about. Where do we go next? What do we hunt?
Well, next we do a little bit of traveling. Well, there's always things to hunt out on the trail, Kilo. And you know what? I'm going to do my best to try and hunt down some information about our special connection as best as I can, okay? I know that that's important to you and it's important to me too, so I'm not a particularly smart man, but I am friends with a few, so I just want you to know that I hear you, and I wouldn't. Yeah, we'll get through this together here, Akila. And so far, your hunter's instinct has done us nothing but good. So I'll keep up my end. You keep up yours.
Good. You have gotten thicker. You have received more sustenance. Thick is good.
Yeah. Say that again, Akila. Thick is good.
Thick is good. Why would I need to say it the second time?
He just laughs, and I imagine he's just like eating or actually, well, he'd probably be smoking on his pipe a little bit to relax to go back to bed. So, good. Blows a couple of smoke rings and just sits back and smiles.
Sleep comes to all of you. Easily for some, but luckily not difficult for any. During this, you have various dreams. Jasper, it is you with your sword. Freddy, it's whatever Freddy dreams about. Of course, with your companion Johnny at your side, even in dreams.
It's a world full of Johnnies.
An entire orchestra, led by you, perfectly in place to a standing ovation.
Get different notes.
The things that you can do with your Johnnies in your dream are incredible. You've never seen a Johnny look so good. As the orchestra of Johnnies continue, Jasper, you spar off against your father with this new sword and win easily, finally besting the one person you've never beaten in a duel. Jove, you have dreams of home, of your time in Featherdale, of seeing your peers, going down to all the little inns, trying all the new kind of craft brews that are around. Someone finally figured out how to get juniper in a beer without turning it into a gin, and it brings kind of a smile and warmth to your face. But in your dream, you feel like something's missing. And it's not until nearly the very end, as consciousness calls to you, that it finally clicks. But moving through Featherdale without Aquila rings hollow. It's like talking to nothing but mirrors. Looks nice, but there's nothing really there. And lastly, Rornak. Sleep comes to you. You do not dream. You travel. But not deep into the earth, into a small glass room to peer out to others. No, this time you go out into the sea. But not a sea of water, a sea of stars, of infinite potential, of many great and wondrous things that drift through the infinite expanse of limbo. And it is there, far from this material plane, that you see your real monastery. Something you never thought that you would be able to see a second time. It's tall, solid towers, the only bit of symmetry and organization in this chaotic soup of potential. You see the hundreds of Githrizai meditating, practicing, honing their minds, building and bringing structure. You feel your body pulled towards this homecoming, this place of few stability in this sea of instability. As you get closer and closer, you can see strange fauna, trinkets from 1,000 raids, drift and shift from one island to the next. And as you get closer, you sense eyes begin to look to you. As a number of these Githrizai look up in your direction. And as one points, almost as if to reach out to you, consciousness takes you. And you are back in this material plane of solid stone and expressed potential. Everyone, go ahead and receive your hit points back. You've all received your long rest. Spell slots returned. Abilities returned. And since we're just going to travel this one on over to our next adventure, I believe you guys are earned some experience points. So,
Yeah.
for defeating 2 assassins, 2 yetis, a bullet, a modified flesh golem, 10 gargoyles, 2 Black Earth Guards, and the Mind Flayer Vonquo. Split evenly, reuniting the Berry Pips together. Returning the note to King Iron, Ludwig Kazar. Successfully disabling the trap in the Overseer's office. You all each receive, individually, a total of 4,000 experience points.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh
That's
my.
a lot.
That was a really hard dungeon.
Yeah. See it.
Yeah, like almost everything you guys fought by itself is worth over 700 experience points apiece. So you guys fought a lot of things, a lot of very difficult things. Got a Mind Flayer and a Flesh Golem, the Black Earth Guards, a ton of gargoyles, the Assassins, which are not easy prey, Yetis, which are not easy either, a bullet, an actual land shark. There you guys go. 4,000 experience points. Where are you guys
When's the
at?
Next level? Like 1,100 or 11,000.
14,000, I should say. 14,000.
14,000 is the next level. Yeah.
Okay.
14,000 is next level. Gotcha. And you're at 11,000?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have 11,160-ish.
Sounds about right.
And
We almost like doubled our experience.
we really did.
Jeez. Ooh.
Told you
That
guys.
power jump from level 5 really does the trick.
It sure does.
No kidding.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, I remember the same thing happening in the Flan campaign.
Oh, you guys also got those potions of greater healing, the belt of dwarven kinds. Jasper slash Kaya. As Kaya, you can know that the name of that sword is called Rassendil's sword.
Rassendil's.
Rassendil sword. Rassendil's sword.
Interesting. And does that... That's just for Kaya.
That's for Kaya to know.
Okay.
Yeah, so instead of just referring to it as Kaya or Jasper's sword, it is Rassendil's sword. You got the belt dwarven kind. You guys got
I also found 450 GP gemstones at one point.
Yep, the gemstones as well. The platinum pieces that you guys divvied up, well, the labs divvied up for you guys, so I did not keep track of who got what on that one. I think...
Let's see.
You guys got money? What?
So it was 34 for Freddy and I, and then 16 for Jove and Rory.
Yep.
And then you guys haven't cashed in your payment from the Hawks and whatever Boone is going to give you for delivering his letter. All right.
And then
Yes.
also, Jasper, I'm just gonna say I forget. Like at one point, I know that you'd given Jove the ring of water walking. So, where is that? Did I give it back
It's
to you?
still with you, I believe. I don't remember receiving it back, so.
Gotcha. Well, then Jove would pop that off and hand that to you in the morning and say, "This is yours."
You sure we got some more snow to be trekking through? You can hold on to it if you like.
All right. Just want to let you know that I remembered. So I'll keep
I
holding on to it
appreciate
for you.
that.
Jasper, your passive perception is 9, correct?
Yeah.
Good. Even you notice this. Jove has like a full fucking beard. Like as soon as you finish, you look back around, he's got like a full on like foot-long beard, like of dark Jove brown hair, and he for sure did not fucking have that yesterday. Like a full beard.
Jove, you got a little something on your face. Is that
Jove, you reach up and before you even get there, you're just like, who put this fur on me? And then you reach up and we're talking like Dexter's beard when he takes the beard serum in Dexter's laboratory with Action Hank. We're talking like, but dark brown in Jove's color. I mean, like fucking, curly Santa Claus beard.
Oh my god. Yeah, and I imagine Jove already to have that kind of definitely brunette, but has like a good smattering of like red in there as well. And so just this big curly beard.
Yeah, it went from like your like sideburns and stuff. I've had some stubble from being out in the wilderness. Jove, you're like, that you can grow like a halfling beard, which like halflings don't grow long beards. They've got more of that more kind of curly hair and stuff like that. But this is like, you've never had this much facial hair. You feel your neck isn't cold at all in the front.
Well, I guess they call it the Bell's Dwarven kind for something. It'll help keep the face warm, I suppose, when we're making this hike. And he's just gonna kind of just be feeling it.
And Rornak and Freddy, you both look over. You guys have plenty of passive wisdom. There's like a fully bearded Jove. I mean, it's really fucking good. It almost doesn't match Jove's hair. It's just like a completely different consistency. It's like where Jove's got, a little bit of the curls and stuff like that if halflings do. This is like curly, solid, like in that like almost like designer style beard. We're not talking like unkept style or like that beautiful curls that just does not match the rest of his hair.
Well, what do you think? Might keep it. I think it's growing on me.
it becomes you. It's very dignified.
Based on how fast they grow, I don't think you have a choice but to keep it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Does that just happen when you speak Dwarvish, or what?
Yeah, what did you do exactly?
Yeah, looking at Jove, like he looks like he's got like 4 inches wider, and with the belt and the beard, and like sitting up there, if he was a foot taller, that's a dwarf. That's not a halfling. That's a motherfucking dwarf right there.
Actually, Tim Allen and Jove is turning into Santa
Whoa.
Claus.
+1 for Tim Allen reference right there. Good Santa Claus reference. Ooh. Dun 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 dun. Ooh. A dwarf?
Oh my god.
Well, I think it is dignified, and well, if that comes with putting on this belt, and yeah, I think it's not the only thing that changed. As soon as I put this bad boy on, it was it got a lot brighter in here, I guess. I feel like I know that dwarves can see in the dark, and I think I might be able to see in the dark now, guys. So that's pretty cool.
Joe, honestly speaking, are you a dwarf? What happened?
Well, hey now, be careful. I am a stout halfling, and people have their rumors about halflings and dwarves, but I assure you, us stout halflings have a proud lineage going back many generations.
Okay, it's now canon that there's the prejudiced belief that stout halflings are just the bastard children of dwarves.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's not a rumor. That's just science. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It makes sense. You take a Lightfoot halfling and a dwarf, and you smash them together, you schmeg them together, you get stout halflings. Science, it can't be denied.
Yeah. Anyone with eyes could tell you.
And Jove does no favors to that one. Jove is like the case. He's the missing link.
Well,
So,
either way, it's you look good. So there's that.
I appreciate that, and I think Rornek, you're looking pretty. Well, you just look like more like yourself. You know, not that I knew it, but looking
Yeah,
good, buddy.
like it's not a normal look, but for some reason it works. I don't question it. You just look good.
Oh, I appreciate it. Uh, I suppose you all wouldn't know, but this cloak here actually is mine from way back in the day. Lord knows how long Von Quo has been parading around with that. Well, obviously we do know actually how long, but it's finally back where it belongs, I suppose.
Wait, how
Anyway.
old are you? Sorry, that's a strong question, but how old are you? Like, you really old, or
Well, I don't believe I'm really old, but I,
if you're over 100 years old, you're really old.
Yeah.
No, I promise I don't have any dwarf genes in me either, so I'm fuzzy on the details, but I'm pretty sure I'm nothing that crazy.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Rornak, roll me a D100.
Can do. That's 51.
You were 51 when you went on your journey. The original Rornak, the one that set out, was in his 50s as a Gith. How long you've been in this awful cycle with Vonklo? That you're not sure. This body? You're not sure.
At least a 10-day.
At least a 10-day.
Yeah.
That's true.
Maybe
safe
two.
to say.
Yeah.
Your new birthday is 10 days ago.
I woke up before the campaign started in the monastery. It's like rad, and I just left. You know. Yeah.
So yes, Rornak, you you're about 50, we'll say, and you know that Geth usually live to be 100 years. Can live longer depending on how dedicated they are to training their bodies and their minds. And of course, you have the leaders of your kind of people, Zareth Menyar Agith, who is a powerful psionicist and successor of Zerthamon. But you know that most Gith get about usually 100 years on the dot. A perfect century.
So, kind of thinking to himself too. He'd be like, well, I mean, before everything with Vonquo, I would have been in my 50s. How long it's been since then, I really could not tell you. So, hopefully I still have a few more decades on me if my body hasn't just reset after everything. Who knows?
Reset? What the fuck does that mean?
It means to set again.
Essentially, yes. Von Quo, you see, when I originally was beaten by Von Quo, he used me as replicas, per se, or to make multiple Rornaks. My soul endured in this one that you see. How old this Rornak, this body is, that I couldn't tell you.
Well, so those stone monk things that kind of look like you were like
You.
copies of you?
Essentially, yes. And everything but really spirit.
Oh shit! I thought your people all looked alike or something.
It's racist, but
Well, forgive my concern. You've never met a gift before in your life.
-1 for Gith racism. Go ahead and write that one down for later.
Yeah. Oh,
Taking note.
get racist.
Gift race.
She don't know
No,
any about the difference between the Githrazai and the Gith and the Gith Yankee. She doesn't know nothing. Colors run deep.
I can assure you we do look different. And also that we all do have faces. Those are bastardized versions of me, to say the least.
Man, they
But-
couldn't fight as well you either, so
Yeah,
ain't
you
much
know,
for the copy.
your kicks to my face are much harder than their kicks to my face.
You see, as Jasper also kind of rubs her forearm, you see a Rornak-sized handprint on it from that double crit fail.
Well, with any luck, I will not have any more kicks coming to your face from now on. And besides, he says as he kind of grabs on to his sword, I've got Earzarn back with me. Good to have that back. That feels natural again.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an updated Rornak aesthetic right now. As you look at Rornak, you see... Go.
Yes, so with Rornak, he is a little. Are we doing full on appearance or
Yeah,
just
go for it as Rornak Reclaimed.
as Rornak Reclaimed? So again, I almost saw him like physique wise, like almost think like what you would with like a almost like like either a sprinter or a like basketball physique. He's around like 6'3", and like he looks like he might be lean, but as you're close, you realize like, oh, like he's like actually just in really good shape, you know. Kind of meant for endurance, really, and working over a long time. But so yeah, he stands at 6'3". He has on now his robe that he has reclaimed from Vanquo. It is, I believe, it is a purple, as we described before.
Mm-hmm.
Has sort of like you would kind of described it too as like almost similar to like Kung Lao from Mortal Kombat. It has kind of like that collar to it, where it almost kind of could be like a vest, but it goes down in like almost like two capelets on both sides. The back side being a bit wider as they go out, and with like some buttons that kind of and string that kind of crosses them together. He right now he is not wearing the mask, but he does still have that long brimmed black leather hat on top as well, with just the with some bandage wrappings, some darker bandage wrappings on his fists, um, and the black trousers with. This time now he does have boots. Normally those would also his feet would also just be wrapped, but he does have just kind of like the longer almost like body like journey cloak that he had too that he is wearing and when going out and traveling in the snow, that again is almost like kind of a bit of a matching purple, and it just like almost encompasses him down to like the knees. It just rests on his body as like one figure.
And there you see Rornak Reclaimed.
Golf claps.
Yes. So yes, I would say it is good to be myself. And once again, no need for immediate answers, but you helped me with my hunt, he says as he's looking at Irzarn, and I will help you with yours. Just to reiterate.
We'll all kind of see your reflections in Earzarn as it kind of holds it up. The smooth parts on the bottoms, your like pointed towards the ground. You see like a perfect reflection of like your guys' lower halves, and then the top part, the jagged, torn, shredded edge of Earzarn. These kind of asymmetrical, uneven bits of metal that shoot out, and you can kind of see your faces in this like funhouse mirror style distortions.
I'll definitely be taking you up on that hunt once I find a good quarry, but I think now we best be getting our winter gear on for well the next leg of this journey.
Jove, Jove, Jove.
Yeah. Well, what's going on?
I know my hunt.
All right, lay it on me, Aquila.
You will tell Rornak that we are to hunt Caldwell, Gaffer.
Well, I think he means like hunt down like to vanquish like we did with Avanquo. Why would we want to hunt down
Can I
Gaffer?
hear this, by the way, for reference, or is this internal?
You just hear like Jove like does that. You guys know when Jove is usually talking to Aquila, suddenly he like goes into like a really intense like soliloquy. Think like Midoriya with his little books and stuff, and you see Joe is like kind of like, why would we want to hunt Caldwell Gaffer down? It's that there's like the actual pause from the other conversation, and Keeler responds, well, if we vanquish him, then we will have his things and know his knowledge.
Well, the beautiful thing is we could just ask him. Gaffer loves me. He would tell me whatever we want to know for free. So we'll definitely go down there as soon as we can once time allows. Maybe we can get some information from Gaffer, and no need for a hunt. But who knows? Gaffer might point us in the right direction for somebody to hunt. I was kind of thinking of telling him to help us hunt down whatever, or whoever might be able to tell us about our connection. So I want to have a good something in mind before I ask. Got to make good use of it.
Fine. We will not hunt Caldwell Gaffer.
Rornak, Akila is very interested in going hunting with you. I will tell you that. She's made that quite clear. So
Really?
once we figure out a little bit more about somebody who perhaps has a little more knowledge about the nature of Akila and my relationship, we might be enlisting your help.
Well, if you have anything in mind, do let me know.
Oh, I'm sure she will. I mean, we will. I mean, I will. Well, one of those.
I will let him know. He has good teeth now.
Akila likes her teeth, by the way.
Rornak gives kind of a look. Did she not like him before? Oh, well, it's fine.
Well, on that note, shall we get going?
I think so. And Joe will kind of like get his maps out and start charting out the path for the day.
Excellent. Good. I have a map for this. Let's switch on over to general. Then into the Discord. That's not what I want. That's the wrong place. Into general. Into here. So, this is a different type of map. Here's the hexagons for the travel, my friends.
Ooh.
Yes. So, you are in the Urspur Mountains. Specifically, the hex that you guys are at would be, if we look on the left side of the map. Do you see kind of the that little section of like 4 clear hexagons?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You are in the far right clear hexagon. This would be where the Earthspur Mountain, the Falling Stone Mines and the Earthspur Mountains would begin. So you would be in that hexagon right there. Each hexagon is 6 miles to get to the Monastery of the Yellow Rose. Jove, you would know from Yavendell that Marika, her domain is in the place called Ice Teeth. It is that 3 you'll see on the map. There is the section to Ice Teeth. That is where Marika and Yavendell's last location would be at. And the Monastery of the Yellow Rose that you know on your map, and Rornek, you would also know where. Not quite the exact area, but the gist of the Monastery of the Yellow Rose, which is in the bottom right. Each hex is 6 miles. At a normal pace, you guys can travel 24 miles in a day. At a fast pace, which would imply a -5 penalty to your passive perception scores, it would not allow you to stealth. You can move 30 miles in a day. And if you want to move at a slow pace, which allows you to stealth your way through, you can move 18 miles a day.
Are we having to worry about like difficult terrain or anything from the storm, or?
It will go from more mountainous climbing down into the glacier. Let's have everybody roll me a nature or survival check about the environments of the Glacier of the White Worm. And we'll say, Rornak, roll with advantage because you've done it.
6.
17 nature.
17, gotcha.
8 survival.
8 survival.
13 survival.
13 survival. Okay, Freddy, not your area of expertise. You know it's going to be cold and long and shitty. Jove, you would know that the mountains is going to be par for the course, but once you hit the actual glacier, that glaciers are long, hazardous, and filled with hazards. The scariest one being crevices. They are usually deep, hard to see, and if you fall down one, they're a bad time. Rornak, you would know that, once again, that the glacier is all those things I've just described. But what you really have to watch out for are the things that live in the crevices, specifically frost spiders. That one of the more difficult parts was a night you slept too close to a crevice and were almost taken out by a frost spider. Luckily, you're very, very fast. Jasper, you know that the Glacier of the White Worm is known for one thing more than anything else. It's filled with crevices, and now you know from first-hand experiences, yetis, you know that frost spiders and polar bears and all sorts of Arctic creatures live out there. But it's called the Glacier of the White Worm, not for dragons, but for remorazes. Large serpentine insectoid-like creatures with, as the stories would say, fire in their veins. That are natural inhabitants of the Glacier of the White Worm. That's what that roll will teach you all.
Well, my fellow Emerald Enclave member, Marika, is stationed somewhere over here in the Ice Teeths. When I was last talking to Yavendell before the storm took over and cut our connection, she was over there, so going across the glaciers is going to be difficult. Maybe if we can take the shortest path through, we can go over the bit of the Ice Teeth and just try and make as much of his raisins fly to that particular outpost. And then depending, we can either take the long way through the glaciers or make our way completely across and try our hand in the mountains. And and go due south to the monastery of the Yellow Rose. But I've never actually traversed this terrain, and Rornak, I know that you just kind of set out, but what are your thoughts on that? You got any insight that might deter us from a path like that?
Well, in my experience, I would say, really, when you get into the actual glacier, the crevices are one of the biggest concerns for me. Not only if you fall in, per se, getting out, but frost spiders. Nasty creatures. Almost bit me and got rid of me before I ever even made it out to Mulemaster. That's my biggest scare if we go out that way.
Did you ever fight any Remorazes?
Thankfully, I did not come across anything too crazy besides the spiders. Even that alone was enough. I mean, certainly I was not as experienced as we are now, and without others to help, but I can't say I did come across anything like that.
Well, Jove, if you have friends you're trying to look for, I think the path to them and then straight to the Yellow Rose makes sense to me.
And it's definitely going to take a good couple of days to make this journey, but once we actually get ourselves to the glacier, we can do our best to high step it. And if we can find that outpost, maybe we can rest there and keep clear any sort of crevices or anything like that the next day. Make sure to really hoof it off of the glaciers as best as we can. But yeah, I think first thing first is just getting to the ice teeth.
Certainly we'll set up our camps as far from the glaciers as we can. Or I should say the crevices.
Most certainly. Can try and do most of our traveling during the daytime. It's going to be bright because of that with the reflections, but at least avoid some of the most bitter cold. Well, with that course charted, does anybody have any last things they need to do before we start out on our journey? I think this is going to be our last chance to, well, do much of talking to anybody for a while, at least a couple days.
I ain't got nothing. And I guess the others don't either. So
So,
Well, yeah, Joe would just say like, tell Arizona that they're leaving and pay their respects and stuff. But that would be the only last little thing.
you go to pay respects to the remains of King Iron, and you see Lerzona inform her of your plan. She calls out to the rest of you, "Wait!" And she goes to some of the supplies that the dwarves have, and she brings out a stone jug and opens it and takes a swig and holds it all out for each of you. Before you go, share a drink in case you do not return.
Yeah, Joe will take it, sip it, pass it along.
Jasper will take a swig.
Yeah, so do I.
Rory will take a swig.
And Rornak, as you go to hand it back to Lerzona, she puts a hand up. Keep. It will help with the cold.
Yeah.
For we do not oft go into the Glacier of the White Worm. What you have there is some Ludwig-Khazar river water. And they call it river water because of the heavy sediment water that they use to make it. It comes from would have been the last of the water infused with the falling star. It is a heavy, fermented, almost kind of malty liqueur. As they've just let a bunch of stuff just ferment in that water, and it's heavy and it's thick. However, it feels incredibly warm upon drinking it, and you feel your constitution stiffen. This allows you for until the end of the adventuring day, until you take a long rest, you have advantage on one constitution saving throw whilst under the influence of the Ludwig-Khazar river water. That kind of jug has 10 uses. It's got 10 swigs in it. So when you take a swig, you have advantage on constitution saving checks. We'll say for 8 hours, I think is appropriate, instead of the long rest. So, for the next 8 hours, the next constitution saving throw you guys make will be with advantage.
Word.
Your gifts won't go wasted. Much appreciated.
Nerzona nods to you. Until we return to the stone. Safe travels. Odd jobs. While most of that is spoken in Dwarven, the rest of you do hear there's not a great translation for odd jobs for Dwarven, so it's like hearing just Dwarven, Dwarven, Dwarven. Odd jobs, Dwarven. And with that,
Jasper will just respectfully nod.
we'll say, Rornak, you have the jug of Ludwig-Khazar river water. We'll keep that on your person with its 10 doses. You guys begin heading out from the Ludwig-Khazar's, what we'll refer to as Iorn's final resting place, out into the Earthspur Mountains to continue your journey. What is your guys' marching order?
It was Jove in front last time, right?
Yeah, charting the path.
So, Jove, you're going to lead the way?
Yes.
Gotcha.
I'll follow behind him.
Would you prefer me in the far back, or do you want to trail on that one, Freddy?
You do have a lot of movement, so I'll go third.
Okay. And there you go.
Excellent. Jove, go ahead and make me a survival check.
All right. That's going to be 17.
17. It is an easy, by comparison to most of your journey, trek through this part of the mountains. As you move the first 6 miles, Jove, on the map, you are, I'll assume, are we moving at a normal pace, gang?
Yes.
Moving at a normal pace, that gives us 24 miles, or 4 hexagons. What are the 4 hexagons you would like to travel with your successful survival check?
I'm thinking that, so we're in that kind of, on the left side, there are those 4 hex, and we're in the protruding one.
Mm-hmm.
I would go to the one at like the 3 o'clock position.
Okay.
So that'd be 1.
That direction again.
Yeah. because I want to get to the one where it's kind of the mountain one that's surrounded by the white. So there's
Yeah.
only like 2 lateral spaces to get towards like the next little bit of mountains before the ice teeth. So I would kind of so like up 1 to the right, 1 down to the right. So at like what, 6 o'clock,
So
3 o'clock.
3, 6, 3. And then do you want to go to the 6 or the 3 o'clock one?
We'll do the 6. So we'll go down 1. Yeah,
Okay,
so
okay.
then we'll be one away from that kind of protruding one.
You got it. That is at, if the protruding one is where I think it is, then you guys are at the hex that is at, like, it's if you moved from the 7 o'clock position. Or that one is on the protruding one. The hex you guys are at is at 7 o'clock compared to that one, if I have this right.
Compared to the one where we want to be at.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So one side is out towards the glacier. The rest of it is all surrounded by mountains. You guys are planning to head northeast to that one and then go across the glacier and then be at the ice teeth the next day. Gotcha. With that, can I have everybody make me a Constitution saving throw?
We do so with advantage, right?
Indeed. Jove leads you successfully now. It's just the...
Yeah, 23.
Oh, I rolled 9 on both. 11.
11,
21.
21,
15 for Rory.
15. Okie dokie. Luckily, the DC is 11 on this check. Powered by Ledwood Khazar river water, a good understanding of maps, and Jove's newfound hardiness, you guys power through a good chunk of the Earthspur Mountains, heading further east, deeper and deeper to the storm. When you started, well, the sky is continually gray, constantly moving around in a kind of slurry of wind, snow, and clouds. It does have a kind of overcast, keeping the snow from blinding you as you move up and down through these mountains, going across small paths down into valleys up through, following Jove. The wind begins to pick up. The noise is deafening. So speaking will be, to hear stuff will be at disadvantage. So perception checks using hearing will be at disadvantage. The visibility drops in some place. It's like you've got this kind of perfect 30 feet that you can hear and see relatively all right before blankets of snow and wind and debris from the mountain kind of obscures your vision. The temperature rises for a bit in the bit of the day and begins to sink down. It becomes colder. The wind bites harder. You are able to push through using the mountains to kind of keep the wind off of you in some areas, just enough of that warmth from the Ludwigszar river water keeping you powered through. Freddy, there's a couple moments of just total pain, like you knock your hand up against part of the mountain in the cold and it just sits into your bones. You like go to rub a hand, a bit of your glove comes up, exposing your skin to the cold, and you sit there and freeze for a second and push your glove back on and tuck your hands back underneath your armpits and hold your body close, and you're able to stave off the exhaustion. As you guys get closer to the end of the day, you can see kind of like the edge of the Earthspur mountains. You can see kind of from your vantage point with kind of the last bit of light as you're starting to see it start to sink, the clouds start to darken. the sudden just disappearance of these like shadowed mountains everywhere, and it's just white expanse for miles, as far until it's just lost in this storm, just completely flat. It's like a smooth blade of ice that just covers that land. You know, it's probably a solid 6 miles out or so away from you, but up here in these mountains, in brief little bits when the wind doesn't kick up, you just see nothing but flat, smooth ice. Jove, as the temperature begins to drop and the light begins to decrease, you have dark vision now. Make me a perception check with your dark vision eyes.
That is going to be 17.
17. Looking around, you do spot what appears to be kind of like a natural kind of cave formation where a previous avalanche has moved a bunch of rocks out, and there's kind of a space, probably about 15 by 15, that's kind of sheltered away from the worst of the wind and the storm.
And since like you said that it's hard to hear anybody right now, Jove will just kind of do his best our emotions and stuff to start leading everybody towards the refuge.
Jove kind of motions to you all to follow through, and Jove, you to get to this area, there's kind of you have to kind of hug the wall of the mountain to get there as it opens up. You begin to kind of shift little by little, leading the way. And as you get towards kind of the middle of it, the rest of your party kind of watching Jove lead the way, you feel a huge rush of wind just come straight down the mountain, pushing up against you. Can I have you make me a strength saving throw?
Yes, you can. Ooh, he's a strong boy. That's a 24.
You dig your hands into the mountain, push past the snow and feel hard rock, and you just grip and tighten up your shoulders and your hands, and you just hold on for a moment as this wind and snow buffets you. The rest of you see just kind of this blanket of snow cover Jove, and there's that moments where you lose sight of him, and there's just snow tumbling down the side of this mountain for a moment. And then the wind kind of clears, and you see Jove, snow-covered now, looking even more like Santa Claus, holding on to the side of this mountain, shakes himself up, and then continues to move over towards the cave. The three of you still need to make this journey across to get to the cave.
Well, Jasper's next in the marching order, so I guess she'll make the attempt.
You shimmy your way towards towards Jove, keeping your body close to the wall. However, with all that snow that just got washed down there, it is slippery. Can you make me a dexterity saving throw?
Aye. A 15?
15. You see it, and you use part of you don't lift up your foot. It's almost like you use it to push it, put your weight on it, see it's safe, and then you just kind of shovel your way through the snow, knocking it off as you go along. And you see Jasper gets to the other side and joins Jove. I believe it is then Freddy's turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I just do it.
You see Freddy gets about halfway through, braces for just a second, but there is no downpour of wind, and Jasper's cleared the footpads for you, so you see Freddy gets across.
Easy.
Rornak,
Baby game for babies.
I will make my way.
Rornak. Another gust of wind. Can you make me a strength saving throw?
Sure can. That was strength, you said, right?
User.
That's gonna be a 16.
A 16. You feel this kind of rush of wind go across your body as another kind of blanket of snow rushes down. But you are undeterred as you simply widen your stance, set your thighs strong, and just brace for the impact as it. You wait for the kind of the worst of it to stop moving. You all see just a blanket of snow cover Rornak and then stop moving. And then you lean back and the rest of the snow slides off you and you make your way to the other side.
Bit of a close one, but we're good.
You all see you're in about like a 15 by 15 area. You can see that a large number of like stones have fallen and then been packed down with snow and ice and other stones, creating this little, it's not quite flat, but angled in a way. You'll have to kind of sleep your, you can almost, Rornak for you is like a tall, and there's like parts where you could put like your feet on the wall and it's that kind of an angle. So you're like mostly lying down. It's broken in some areas, but it is shielded from the worst as you hear kind of the wind howls, making that kind of echoey noise in here. But for the first time in your whole day of travel, you can all hear each other relatively well. It is fucking cold, though. As you feel after a whole day of traveling, the Ledwikazar River water has worn off, and you feel that cold creeping in.
Hey, this fucking sucks. Just throwing that out there.
Throwing that out there.
Can't believe you lived up here, Warnak.
Well, you get used to it as best as you can. I don't. Would you believe I actually did this with less on than I do now?
Don't prove it.
It would probably be smart not to prove it, but you could take me at my word. I would not recommend that you do it yourselves, by the way.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, Jasper is already making her bundle of cloaks around herself. Yeah, you don't gotta worry about me doing that.
Well, there'll just be a few more days of this, everyone, so,
Oh,
hang in
only a
there.
few more? Oh, then it's nothing. Thanks for that.
I mean, monasteries, he just kind of looks, squints, generally points about that way.
Great. It's very comforting.
Yeah, how's the food there? Is it nice and warm? You guys the type of monster that eats oats? Just oats.
I take
Rornak, you think about that and... Of course not. Where would we grow oats on a mountaintop? What a dumb thing to say.
Where in the world would we get oats? I will say
Would you
we
get
do have
anything?
we do actually have some fantastic blueberry wine. We do get a number of that and distill that. That is, I do recommend that once we get up there. But
Oh, that's right. They don't do food, so it's like.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna be eating fucking air up there.
Yeah, suddenly this plan doesn't sound so good to me.
I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds silly, but I mean,
How are you gonna put it that it doesn't sound silly?
Rornak stops, thinks for a second, grabs his now frozen old loaf of bread and like breaks off a part of it. See, we have some stuff that we go off of there. We'll have to probably work on your breathing techniques for a while. It's fine.
Oh, I've been doing that actually.
Have you now?
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's made me feel like I feel like my aim is truer when I do that. So, I don't know.
Huh. You will have to show me that sometime then.
More than happy to. Especially with this sword.
Yeah, that is honestly a pretty fine sword that you're carrying around now. But he kind of looks at his own too. Quite an upgrade for both of us, honestly. Although I guess for me it's kind of getting back to normal, but that's besides the point.
Either way, I think they're two mighty fine swords.
Yeah, Rornak, and I was gonna tell you, but man, your form and your spear work. I mean, I really do think you're more of a swordsman. You know, you might want to stay in
Wow.
your lane or something like
It
that.
all
But
comes out.
Oh, well, I was about to agree with you, Jove.
well, there's your first mistake.
I do agree though. Swordsmanship always was my calling. Always was who I was. Felt like a different life, but I guess it's kind of my life again now. So, it's gonna take, well, I would say it takes getting used to, but I already feel, I don't know. And he kind of looks at the spear. I don't know, that part of me does already feel kind of strange. This is quite the place to be going through existential talk and thoughts, but
It's either that or fucking chatter our teeth out of our heads. So
Right, what else is there to do in a cave freezing our asses off?
at least we're probably not near the spiders. At least I don't think there's any spiders in here. I didn't come across the spiders in the cave, at least.
Can we can we start using the word spider less when we're hanging out here?
And
Just
as you say that,
check your butts.
and he found out that you were the spider the whole time.
Oh no. Some Kafkaesque shit.
Some animorphs just like slowly turning into spiders.
Oh God.
Fuck.
Spider-Man, digital spiders. Spider-Man and the champion. So,
Jasper goes to bed.
what about the rest of you?
I think the only other thing that Joe says before he kind of gets himself all snuggled in is said, "Yeah, well, glad you're back with your sword there, Rornak, and yeah, it'll be nice to have two swords for a little bit, and yeah, but you know, Jasper, don't get too used to it with the money we're gonna get. I'm sure if you're really feeling the sword life, there's a plenty good one on the market there for you. So plus, you've managed to get good enough with that battle axe that you're not splitting my spine with it anymore. So yeah, just keep that in
She she pretends to be asleep already.
What about yourself, Freddy? I mean, with that kind of money, you could upgrade some stuff too. Would you want to get anything?
Unless the cave spiders have anything to offer me, I think that I'll be set for right now.
Well, again, let's pray that the spiders are not here. I didn't notice any crevice. Well,
Well,
it'll likely be fine. Probably fine.
Well, I'll take first watch and just make sure that nothing comes in through here. Then somebody else wants to take second watch, I can shake you up a little bit.
I think I'm gonna take some of the firewood that we had packed for the trip. Light it up
Yeah.
with firebolt. Bang bang.
Roll me a spell attack real quick.
No. 11.
11 will do. Yeah, let's see. Holds up a piece of wood. Holds a Chandra. Blows off the top half of the wood, but what remains in the hand is definitely on fire. Boom. The sound of like on burnt pieces of wood shattering across the room. You have a lit thing of fire in your hands. Lit wood.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a small campfire just to provide some warmth without using too much wood.
Yeah, you get a small fire going. Everybody kind of moves in closer to it. A little bit of heat and light as the storm continues just to howl outside the cave. Jove, you're taking first watch. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
I will. Gonna be my passive of 17.
17. You stare off. You look into kind of the storm, and it's impossible to hear anything outside of it. Besides the occasional crackle of something behind you, the sound of a party member sleeping. It's just droned out by that of the wind outside. However, looking out, you do see, just for a moment, a bit of warm, golden kind of light seems to just flicker and hangs out maybe 30 or 40 feet away and just kind of hovers there for a bit before a big gust of wind comes and almost blows away and the light kind of flickers and disappears.
Joe will definitely note that, but he's not gonna get up and investigate or anything.
The rest of your watch goes until it's time for your watch to end. Who's going second?
Me will.
All right. Jove, you go and you wake Freddy up. There's still bits of fire left going. Freddy's closed, huddled by up, and wake him up. Freddy, can I get a perception check from you?
Good luck. Passive of 12.
Massive 12. It is fucking cold. You sit and you kind of watch the entrance, and slowly but surely through your watch, you just kind of back up and get closer and closer to the fire until the end of your watch. Who's third?
I'll go.
Wake up, Rornak. Bit of the fire's now just, a bit of embers and stuff left on there. Temperature has dropped significantly. Rornak, give me a perception check.
Passive 12.
Massive 12. You sit and you watch, looking out into the storm. You hear the howling of the wind outside, and it piques your interest as you lean forward, kind of stick your head out into the storm, and you're buffeted by cold winds that cut through, and you look out into the darkness, and nothing. Just the howling of the wind. And you pull your head back into the cave, and you guys get through the night. Eventually, you see this kind of the gray morning light begin to press through what little bits of clouds open up, and while the temperature hasn't climbed by any degree, you start to see the kind of light fade or breach into the world as the morning is upon you.
I hate that I mentioned I fucking hate it here.
Yeah, but at least we got a little bit of that dwarven. We got crash in it, but I think today's gonna be our first hop and skip across the glacier. So I think I'd like to have the extra little help.
Absolutely. And Ronak will take out the jug of river water and will take a sip for himself and pass it on over.
Jove will imbibe and pass along as well.
Yeah, Jasper takes it and also drinks it.
If everybody else is, I might as well too.
And everybody go ahead, not with advantage, just for our flavor. Everybody give me a Constitution saving throw on drinking the river water.
Crit fail, but
Oh.
still a half.
God, that's right. I always
13.
13, 15,
12.
23.
23. For the most of you, it's heavy, earthy, kind of sticks to you, but with how fucking cold it is outside, you don't care about the flavor. It feels amazing. In fact, you like that it sticks to you because, like, as long as it's in there, like, that warmth kind of comes by. It's like a flavor saver. Like, sticks in the teeth. It's nice. Jove, they nailed it. Absolutely. For you, it takes a good amount of self-control for you to just take the swig. Like, you can feel that you want to go a little bit farther. It's heavy. It's well-aged. It's complex. It has the warmth that you're looking for. It's this amazing blend of, like, earthy flavors. It's like, I don't know, it tastes like the forge itself. It's like if you could taste what it means to be a master crafter, this would be the taste. They've never had anything quite like it. They're once again proving that the dwarves, they just know how to drink and that you're just made for it. As you all enjoy to various degrees for various reasons, some more of the river water. So, another day of traveling through the Earthspur Mountains on the cusp of the Glacier of the White Worm. Jove, as the storm continues to rage outside your cavern walls, can I get a survival check?
Certainly. We're looking at 11 this time.
11. The day is harder this time around. With the mountains, at least there's enough to break up the wind, and you get patches where you can see incredibly well. But as you start to descend down the mountains, there's less things to cover. The wind picks up. There's nothing to stop it, and it begins to bite harder. Your vision becomes increasingly diminished. There are some points in Jove where you feel yourself scrambling just to push forward, much less figure out which direction to go. That will cost you 1 hexagon for the day. But where would you like to go?
Ooh. Okay. So that means we only have 3, right?
You have 3 for the day. Unless you would like to push for fast pacing.
Should probably push.
Yeah, I think we would push.
Go ahead
So
and everybody roll me that Constitution saving throw.
do so with advantage from the stuffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
18.
Oh, boy.
18.
11.
11. Okay.
17.
17. Freddy.
Oh, I was muted. Instead of 4, it's gonna be 20.
20. Excellent. All right. Let me just make some double checks. Where'd it go? So it's 11 for that one. Ooh! 11 just makes.
Oh, bless.
11 just makes because you started the day in the mountains. You are able to get your 4.
Yes.
So, leading from that hexagon, how do you want to go about this?
I think we want to go. So the 3 o'clock, and then just do. So 3 o'clock to get us to that one like island of mountain space,
Uh-huh.
and then 2 more. Well, I guess then the rest just in a line. So we hit what I'm guessing. Are those more mountains that are kind of around?
Yes, the eye
teeth?
teeth are is like the one set of like mountain rocky area in the glacier of the White Worm. It's like a
Perfect.
bunch of set of teeth pushing out from this glacier.
Yeah, they'll want to go to that and not just be on the open plain for sleeping, and would push hard to do that. So they're just gonna go in that straight line at the 3 o'clock position. 3 times over.
Excellent, got you. You begin pushing Jove. You get lost in kind of the last bits, like as you enter into the Glacier of the White Worm, with the mountains no longer in view. The first part of your day, you feel yourself walking around in circles, pushing to get through. Realizing the day is drawing short, you push your party on, speeding through the glacier. However, because of this, you don't notice the multitude of crevices blocking you and your party as you head towards the ice teeth. On your third hex, as you break through a part of the storm, you can just see off in the distance what looks to be the beginning of the ice teeth. It spurs you on, and you begin leading your party at a fast pace, trying to get to the ice teeth before the end of the day, lest you be caught out on the glacier in the cold, unprepared. You begin running that way. However, the entirety of the party does not notice the ravines, the crevices and ravines that are just below your feet. So I'm going to need everybody to roll me a dexterity saving throw. As Job is leading you across, and almost simultaneously as you guys are pushing through this snow, trying to keep near each other, there's that of your feet stepping into nothingness.
21.
21.
24.
24.
Normal 20.
20.
4.
You guys watch as the majority of you see Job, you run across and don't even notice as you get through. And the rest of the party would follow suit. I guess in the order that this happens, it goes, Job goes across almost without noticing at that fast pace, as Jasper goes, woof, and it moves so fast that Freddy and Rornak both go over the crevice before you all kind of twist Job. You continue moving on, but Freddy and Rornak turn, and Jasper, you fall 20 feet down this crevice. Boom, 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 boom. As you slam against the cold ice and fall in, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Before you can hear the sound of the wind kind of howling above you. You're bruised, and you can feel a little bit of blood falling from your mouth, and you cough a bit up. As you look up, you can see Freddy and Rornak looking down at you. Jasper, go ahead and make me a perception check.
Would love to. That is an 11.
You pull your hand up, and it's covered in a cold, sticky substance. As you look, and all covered through here, what broke your fall from being a straight shot and taking even more damage is a cradle of spider webs.
Yeah, no, she, like, just squeals and will attempt to run up the wall using her boots of spider climbing.
Jove, with your passive 17, you're able to hear this just ah! Turning yourself around, you see Rornak and Freddy looking down, like back, and you begin to turn around. As you do, you see that light again. You're probably about 5 feet out from your party, and it comes into view. This warm, golden light. What do you do, Jove?
Jove is going to approach the crevice, and as he do, he's grabbing out a rope to throw down. But as he's doing that, he's going to look at Freddy and say, "Freddy, do you see that out there? There's some floating, like warm light or something like that. I thought I saw it last night on my watch, but it's out here again. I don't know if it's just the snow playing a trick on me, but do you see what I'm talking about?"
Do I see it?
Freddy, you look behind you, and Jove is right. About 25 feet back from you, you do see this warm, golden light just kind of bobbing, almost floating, seemingly undeterred by the wind and the snow. Jasper, while this is happening, could I have you make me a... This is going to be... Where is my stat block? A strength saving check, or a strength check.
Just a regular check. That's gonna be a 6.
You get your, you like put your feet on the wall, and you go to walk up, and your arm, is caught in these webs. You're currently restrained.
Yeah, she's like straight up like whimpering right now. She's trying to get her hand out of there. She's just like, oh my god.
As Jasper is trying to struggle against these whips, we'll flip back over to Freddy. You do see the lights as Jove is like sending down a rope. Like, Jove, you're sending down a rope. Rornak, you're like looking at Jasper trying to pull up from the webs. Jasper, you are like wailing, trying to pull yourself free of these webs as like this rope is being handed down to you. And Freddy, as all this is going on, you turn, and Jove's not lying. There is indeed a golden light behind you.
Can I roll something to see if I have any idea what it is?
You may choose between nature or arcana.
Okay. Ooh, a 7 nature?
A 7 nature. You look at it, think about your many studies. You're not sure exactly what it is, but a golden light in the middle of a storm, you're pretty sure it's warm.
Probably an angel.
Could be. I mean,
It's
not
a
affected
big
by
spider.
any of the winds. Warm light in the middle of a storm. Doesn't seem to be attacking. You're pretty sure this is friendly.
Okay.
As it continues to kind of bob and float in the air, it kind of goes 5 feet towards you and then circles back. Goes 5 feet towards you, circles back.
Yeah, just tell Joe I can see it. I don't say anything else.
Jove, you begin handing down this rope to Jasper. Jasper, go ahead and make me another strength check.
Would love to. There we go. That's a regular 20.
20, you get your arm free and grab onto the rope and begin running up this as fast as you can. And you run. You, with your boots of spider climbing, you're able to run up and you get to the top and like holding the part of like Jove's rope, then it's all slack and limp into it since you didn't need to use any of it to pull yourself up because you had the boots of spider walking or slippers of spider walking.
Thank you.
What a
She
fall.
looks over at Jove and Freddy, who are looking at something else entirely. And she's like, really? Huh?"
He's still holding the rope, though. I figure you had it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thankfully, there wasn't a brood of spiders down there ready to eat me. So
Yeah, you're welcome.
we lucked out. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Honestly, pretty lucky on that one. But yeah. Are you okay? Can you? Well, clearly you
No.
can run. I
Yeah,
I
guess.
hated that.
I'm fine.
And I hate this cold. Fuck this place. What are you two looking at?
Is it
Uh,
thing?
This floating thing. I don't know. I saw it outside our little campground last night. At least I thought I did, and now it's here. I don't know. I figured Mr. Cloak over here might know a thing or two, but unless he's just not sharing, Mr.
Do I-
Cloak.
Know anything
Does-
about it?
Does
It's just a
floating
light.
light ring any bells for me?
I was gonna say. Why don't-
You could
why
also
don't we
roll Arcana or Nature.
Why don't we ask the dude that's from here?
Yeah, true. I guess.
I mean, I rolled well before, so apparently I've read up on this location. So gonna do it again. Not really.
Not really though.
What was I rolling for?
Nature Arcana.
How's a 3 nature sound?
3 Nature. Golden light. In the middle of a place that kills lots of people. It might be an angel. I mean, golden light, not affected by the storm. Probably warm.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Something creating a light like that it's warmer than this place. So let's go there.
For what it's worth, too, since you asked about the person who lives here, Ronak rolled an 8 on nature.
An 8?
All right. Well, while we're all trying to figure this out with nature, I'm gonna use detect magic.
That's smart.
Detect magic? Okay.
Wait, isn't that a ritual?
Yeah.
So we're gonna wait here for 10 minutes in the goddamn freezing cold.
If you don't move, I'll finish. I'm gonna start casting it now.
That's one of the worst sentences I've ever heard. No, I'm not waiting for that. Are you serious?
It's
yeah.
important, Jasper. If we saw the lights last night, we're seeing it here.
Does it talk?
All right. Well, if one of us gets grabbed by a spider, we know whose fault it is.
And as you say that,
At the fear of spiders, we should just walk towards the giant glowy thing that we don't know what it is.
Why you gotta be so suspicious of the warm light?
Why you gotta be so suspicious of spiders?
Can that thing hear us? I don't know.
Why am I suspicious of spiders? That question really just for
Spiders do
every
good things.
reason, everything about them.
Just because they're creepy
Untrustworthy.
doesn't mean that they're malicious.
Are you insinuating that a spider was stalking us last night and is following us right now?
Well, I'm insinuating that something worse than a spider was stalking us last night and is now looking at us in the face.
Yeah, that would make some sense. But also, what even is
Are
that?
you saying that giant spiders perform some sort of valuable good service that isn't eating people? Cause that's fucking news to me.
Eat
You know
giant
somebody who's
bugs.
been eaten by a giant spider?
I'm
I've never
really
heard of anybody
loving
being eaten by
imagining
giant spiders.
this scene of us arguing with while you are
It's
doing
my way of distracting you so I get to finish my spell.
Go ahead and Freddy, roll me. This one's gonna be a performance check.
Okay. Months. Oh, 17.
17.
That's almost a 20.
You do. This bit goes on for minutes as like the sun is starting to get lower and lower. Freddy is casting, but this ritual, Freddy, you've done this ritual tons of times, so you're able to kind of do that like streamer, I play better when I talk type of deal, where you're casting the spell, talking to Jasper. Jasper, he's just pissing you off more and more of just like really not understanding the concept of the problem of giant ice spiders and really just the merits of who's in whose territory. About 10 minutes goes by, and finally, Freddy, you finish your spell. It goes off, and 30 feet away, immediately that creature pings necromancy.
Interesting.
Bing.
Yeah, so I'm done, by the way. And it's dangerous.
Oh,
Like-
how do you know, Mr. Smart Guy, how it's
You
so
can-
dangerous?
You can walk towards it. You can go ahead.
She looks over
Oh.
at it. No, like we go together. That's the deal.
Or we could do our best to avoid the necromantic magic being.
Ugh.
But no, if you're worried about spiders who you have no evidence have any malicious intent to do anything to you, I mean you did just dive into their home, so maybe they want to hurt you.
She's marching off towards the fucking ice fangs. She's so fast.
You begin marching towards the ice fangs, which is directly towards this glowing ball of golden light.
Damn it! Really?
Uh-huh.
Well,
Well, here we
You
go.
you go
Alrighty.
we'll say, since you have that 40 feet movement, like you move your 20, it's like 5 feet away from you, and like looking back, marching as Freddy's just like, well, you're in their home, and be like, idiot, and then you get like up to almost 5 feet away from it, you're just like, wait.
Wait.
so we're just not doing the ice fangs? Is that why we're just going somewhere else now, or are we
My
gonna?
mouse. My
No,
mouse is on the
we
initiative.
gotta go through. We definitely do. I don't think we would do
Well then,
well
push
sleeping in here.
forward. Front line. Here we go.
Jasper
Go
moves
towards the
towards
thing.
the thing.
You move 5 feet forward, and it
Wants
moves
to be
5
close.
feet back.
Oh,
And as you move another 5 feet forward, it moves 5 feet back.
hey.
So
That's
it's a
happening.
necromantic energy that's leading us to something. Uh, it could be some kind of lure, like bait.
As he's saying that, Jasper's like moving further and further forward into trying to catch up with it.
I said bait.
And
Jove, your friend doesn't know necromancy or something, right?
Well, I don't really know this person. I've never met them, just through Yavendale. Though I'm not sure how much necromantic magic is used by folks in the Emerald Enclave, but I
Well,
don't think it's
I
out of the
do know for
question.
sure that if you want to lure somebody, there's less insidious magics to use, like the light spell, than necromantic energy.
So, Jasper, you continue to move forward. Party, how far behind do you fall from Jasper?
Joe wouldn't let her get too far ahead. He is cautious, but thinks that this is probably where they need to go.
I'm at least 15 feet behind her.
Rornak will go catch up to her.
Okay, so Rornak and Jasper together, and then how far away are Freddy and Jove?
Jove is trying to keep pace, but just by virtue of having little legs, I would say that he's probably, 15 feet back?
Yeah.
He's got 25 and they've got 40.
That's crazy. I'm also at 15.
Okay, yeah, we'll say 2 and 2 pairs. As you keep heading towards the ice teeth, following this kind of golden orb. Go ahead. Let's have everybody make a nature check.
Damn,
7.
these rolls. 8.
16.
9.
The word nature just makes our dice roll so low.
It does.
You
Yeah,
keep
but-
moving towards the kind of glowing orb, and Rornak, you're the only one that seems to notice as you are getting closer to the teeth, but you're going around the outside, and you go further and further, and you notice that you're not heading straight towards the teeth anymore. You're kind of coming around the outside, and as you do, Jove, you're the only one with the passive perception good enough to have caught this, so I don't have to ask on this one. I need Rornak and Jasper to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
Because your passive perception is below 15.
The 15.
Super.
15.
God damn it, dude. 5.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage this time, Jasper. Rornak, with your kind of idea of that something is wrong here, you stop just in time as you see Jasper. You fall 20 feet. But this time, it's a rather soft landing. As this is not a couple of spider webs. This is a whole colony.
Oh, no.
As you watch as Jasper falls from view, the light goes from a gold to a deep blue, cold and frigid. Jasper, you look around in this darkened crevice, tangled in these webs, and you look further down and you see a blue kind of gleam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Blue gleaming eyes open. Party, the rest of you, as you see Jasper, you hear laughter. It carries on the wind. At first it sounds like howling, but then you hear the very snow itself begins to cackle. As these awful, sharp, pointed creatures begin to pull themselves out of the snow. The light turns a dark, menacing blue. As Jasper, you come face to face with one of these giant frost spiders, while the rest of you are surrounded by what appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4 of these icy, pointed creatures. Can I have everybody roll for initiative?
Oh my god.
Boy.
7. 7 initiative.
21, 23. Jeebus.
You would act fast too if you had just landed in the web of a frog.
You'd scream fast if you just
Oh,
landed.
Oh, my friend, you're living one of my active nightmares right now. In no uncertain terms, you're living my fucking nightmare. Well, so it'll go. Yes. Jove. I'm sorry. There's 3 of these icy creatures there. My mistake. Reading the wrong chart. 1. 16. Okay. Okie dokie. At the top of initiative is Jasper. You are currently restrained. You may use your action to make a strength check to get out of these webs. The giant, to kind of explain the scene, you are currently 20 feet down in this crevice. You are currently tangled up in these webs. Rornak, you are 20 feet above, looking down into this crevice. 15 feet behind you is Jove and Freddy. Behind Jove and Freddy, about 10 feet to your left, behind you, and to the right are these kind of ice sharp gremlin looking like creatures. And then hovering on the other side of the crevice, 5 feet in the air, now an entirely dark blue, is this floating orb. So, Jasper, what would you like to do?
I rolled for the strength check, which is 16.
A 16 will do. Yeah, you feel that hysterical strength kick in as you see eyes as this white-furred, large, 8-limbed, blue-eyed frost spider comes into view from the side. And you are having none of that, and so you hysterically try to get out there. You break free. You have your movement.
Beautiful. It's not within melee of me yet.
It is probably about 30 feet away.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna try to run up the wall to get out, and while she's doing that, she's gonna use her bonus action to second wind.
Absolutely. What do you heal for?
Ooh, nice. That's a 9 for 12 healing.
Nice. Yes, you are able to, you can get up to Rornak. Heck, you've got enough movement speed with 40. You could get all the way back to Jove and Freddy.
Wow. Yeah, she gets back up. Oh, there's a spider in that one. And then looks back to see the other 2 beset by spiky monsters. Yeah, probably will move against them. Actually, I think she's just gonna stay here by Rory for now.
Okie dokie. You break free, run on up, get to Rory. There's a spider in that one. Which then moves us to Jove.
Jove is gonna whip around and target the one that's closest to the spiky thing that is closest to Freddy and himself. He'll go ahead and use a bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Okie dokie.
And then he's gonna throw off 2 javelins.
You got it. All of the methods are equal distance to you guys. You could think of them as like, if you guys are the center point, they're in a T formation, one to the south of you, one to the left, and one to the right. And you're where the two bars meet, if that makes sense. So, with that in mind, which one would you like to hit?
Is there one that's like furthest away from where Rory and Jasper are? Is there one?
Yes. There's one
Okay,
that would be farthest away from them.
then that one.
Gotcha.
So we'll go ahead and first throw is a 21.
21, that'll hit.
So that'll do. Let's see here. That's 5. That is for 10 piercing.
10 piercing. Okay. Okay.
And then the second one to follow it up is going to be a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I'm going to use my piercer to re-roll my damage stats. That's how it works sometimes. That is going to be... That's going to be for 13. Yes, 13.
13, gotcha.
And then Jove is just gonna kind of stay put next to Freddy, and have his shield up ready for what's coming next.
Gotcha. Which would be that spiky creature. You see it launches itself out of the snow. It spreads its arms out, and they create almost like a snowflake pattern that spread out into wings, and it goes 15 feet up the air and comes to 15 feet over to look down on you. You can see that it's got this like fragile crystalline structure to it as you see it become more and more brittle, as if it's pulling all of its form together, and then it exhales. Can I have Freddy and Jove make me a dexterity saving throw?
Ooh, I got 7.
20.
The 7's a failure. The 20's a success. So that's gonna be.
DC is somewhere between 7 and 20.
And that is. How do you know that? Okay.
I'm working it out.
4 damage for Freddy, 7 damage for Jove. Cold. As you didn't think it was possible, specifically you, Freddy, to get any colder. You were mistaken. As you feel this just breath of cold come over you, you feel it's crazy because it's so cold it feels hot. It's like your entire body just got pierced through with red hot iron. As you're able to kind of to cover your face and keep the worst of it off of your face, Freddy. But Jove, it goes through the shield down your arm, and you feel just like the immediate near frostbite set in some places.
And as it wraps around the arm, I'm actually going to use my reaction to do a first level absorb elements. And so as that cold goes down the arm, it kind of makes its way back into that space between his shoulder blades in which Aquila resides. So he'll have resistance to that.
That would make that 4, same as Freddy.
Yeah. And I'll have that D6 of cold for the next attack.
All right, fucking nice. You fucking got it. All right, then it is going to be the blue orb. It was gold, it's now blue, as it is. It's going to go against Jasper. You crawl back out of it, so it's going to go over to you, Rornak. And you see it just comes up next to you. There's a flash of blue light, and does a 18 hit?
It does.
Okie dokie. An 18 do hit. It reaches out. There's a flash of blue light, and Rornak, you take 9 points of lightning damage.
Ooh.
As you feel as it flashes out, and for a moment, it's almost like, once again, this kind of like snowflake geometrical pattern for just a second, like living ice as it discharges this energy, and it goes into you, and you feel your whole body tense up, Rornak, like tense in the cold to where the cold cuts through you, and you feel just like this awful twisting of your nerves as it hits you with a shock. That's going to be its turn. Then it is the method to your guys' right, as it's going to come across, and yeah, can I have Freddy and Joe make me dexterity saving throws?
That's going to be a 17 this time.
I
Success.
got 17.
Double success. You both only take... Jove, you take 1 point of cold damage since you have resistance. Freddy, you take 2. As you both are ready for a second kind of onslaught of cold breath from the run that is on the right in this T formation. As it doesn't spread its wings simply on all fours, gallops towards you, opens up those wings, and then condenses them into a breath, and sends these shards of ice forward that you guys are easily able to move to the side. And what does click to you, Jove, you're resistant, and Freddy just gives you the briefest of cuts. It is then Rornak.
Alrighty. Not a fan of the shock there, so Rornak, unstiffening a little bit and coming back to his senses, will grab Irzarn and two-hand it and take a couple of strikes at the now blue light.
Go for it.
Nat 20 on the first.
Fucking course. First real roll with Irzarn.
Yeah, for real. And then a 16. Second.
16 won't hit.
Whoa.
Won't hit.
Okay.
Okay. 7. And then remind me, I always forget, do I add the dex modifier twice on that or no?
You would only add it once for this one.
Okay. Unfortunately, rolled a little low on my roll, but that is still gonna be 17 magical slashing. 17
magical slashing. Yeah, you cut through this, and with Irzarn, this one you catch with the smooth side and just cut through it, and you see this kind of branching out of this kind of almost electrical impulses of cold, icy veins as it's just barely able to hold itself together and refuse itself from that blow. 17, goddamn. Anything else from you, Rornak?
Yeah, we'll try the unarmed strike. We'll see if anything comes of that.
All right, let's see it.
That won't hit. That's a 14.
No, it will not. This thing darts out of your way, fast and quick like the Nimbus. Or the Golden Snitch, I think is what I'm actually referring to.
Yeah,
But blue. Nimbus is the broomstick. Also fast, but not quite what I'm going for here.
All right. Staying put, so that's all for Rornak.
All right, then it is going to be the third method. It is going to, almost at the same time as the other one, Jove and Freddy, make me dexterity saving throws.
That is going to be a 14 for
16.
Both succeed. Both take 1 point of cold damage. That's minimum roll.
Nice.
Right.
As you guys,
between 7 and 14.
You guys are just getting buffeted by this triple cold breath from these creatures as they all descend on you in unison. However, between shield, dodging, resistances, you guys are definitely cold and scraped, but not nearly as injured as you could have been. So, moving on down, it is then the frost spider's turn, as it is going to climb up with its ice walk and spider climb. And can I have Jasper and Rornak both make me Oh, wait, no. I get to roll on you. It's an attack.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, fun.
But it's only on one creature, so who do I choose? Oh, it's got to be Jasper.
Oh.
It saw you. It wants you.
Rascal. Okay.
If I see you just go back down this hole.
Yeah, just,
Does
just
a
rip right back down.
21 hit?
Fuck. Yeah.
As from down below, this cat's cradle of a webbing shoots out, and you see it wrap around Jasper once more. As this giant, it's not a frost spider, it's a snake spider, climbs up and gets right up next to you, Jasper. It is poised to bite and pull you back down. Rornak, you see like the 8 blue eyes is this all white, large spider, like 4 of its legs like on the crevice. Think of like almost like the big thing from Gears of War. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, the big spider-looking things, the corpse crawler, whatever they're called. Imagine like its limbs and all white spider fur like pull itself up, these giant fangs and mandibles outstretched, about to pierce down on the now restrained Jasper to drag it back down into this crevice. Jasper wasn't kidding. These aren't just like little spiders. You remember them. Fuck, they seem like they've gotten bigger since you were last here.
Maybe they did. Oh no.
Then it is Freddy.
Okay. So, of these methods that are exhaling on me, are any of them like next to each other?
They are fortunately are not. There's one 15 feet above you and Jove, one on your side, and the other one's on the other side of Jove. They've got you kind of sandwiched in.
Well, that changes how I was doing. Then what I'm gonna do is probably this. We'll do this. Yeah, I'll do this. Okay. I'm going to play a high, like, magical tune on my harp, and just like a little firework explosion of like rainbow colors shoots out. It's a fair fire comes out, and they have to make a dexterity saving throw.
You got it, all 3 of them. I would assume.
20-foot cube, yeah.
Yep, that's all 3.
And
Let's
Jove,
roll
you too.
it. The one next to Freddy. That's a crit fail.
Yeah.
The one above you guys. That is only a... They've got solid dex, but not saving throws. Back. That is only a 12.
Fail.
And the last one is a 10.
Fail. They all fail. Jove. you
What
have to-
color is their light?
I got 18.
Nice. Succeed. They are all. Well, it's like how like your gaming keyboards and stuff will like rainbow glow and just like change color.
You hit him with the
like,
RGB
to the
lights.
colors. Yeah. And so there's just like an outline of them that just has like an RBG like changing colors, just like glowing around.
And it shines through this kind of snowstorm as the storm is raging around you guys. You've got this like intense blue lights like right on top of Rornak, and then behind you guys this like nice beautiful rainbow outlines of these creatures and like a perfect triangle like shining out. It's like a little light show in the middle of this glacier in the middle of an ice storm.
So yeah, they are outlined, and they shed dim light for 10 feet, and any attack roll against them has advantage if you can see it, and it cannot become invisible.
Glorious. All right. After Freddy,
Is that on the methods too? I'm sorry.
it's just the
Only on
methods.
methods, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Just making sure.
All right, back to the top
And
with...
then bonus action,
Oh, sweet.
do a bardic inspiration to Jove.
Noise.
Just hit him up, buddy.
Johnny pops on over. Just a little bit of rainbow light blasting off of him. Finger guns. Jasper, you are currently restrained.
Yeah, it's a familiar situation. I feel like she hears the Freddie playing the music to bring out Johnny, and she's like, "Oh, thank goodness!" And then Johnny doesn't show up next to her, and she's like,
You like look
"Motherfucker."
around and you don't see Johnny. Instead, it's the 8 eyes of this giant frost spider.
Really? Yeah, she's gonna attempt to get out of the web.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh my god. 12?
Just makes it.
Oh.
That's the DC.
Wow. Yeah, she scrambles out of it, and yeah, she'll draw her sword and shield on the spider, and yeah, just square up, I guess.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Jove.
So I have one within 5 feet of me, like right on me.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's see here. Then he's gonna take out the spear. He is going to bonus action to get Aquila out here. Right next to him.
Gotcha.
He'll do his first attack with advantage on this thing. Fairy fire. So we got ourselves a hit and hit. That's why it's advantage. So that's going to be for 23 for the first one.
23 will hit.
Aquila's going to add that lightning damage. Gonna use Piercer to re-roll. Ugh. Rolled a 2 to a 1. That's how it works. Okay, so that's 1 lightning and 4 piercing for absolute minimum.
Gotcha.
Then we'll follow up that with a second strike with the spear. And it's both, yeah, it's advantage.
As long as Freddy maintains it.
That's fucking great. Nice. Yeah, that is 21. Sweet. Pearson. And that's only gonna be 6 Pearson. Oh, low turn on that.
Yeah, you are able to get it twice, adding Aquila's damage to it. You break through, but it's like driving your spear into solid bits of ice.
And I do have a D6 of cold, but I think I have a sneaking suspicion that they might be immune to cold.
You may be correct.
Well, just for the flavor on that first attack, as he goes through and he makes, he gets purchase with the spear. Like I imagine, like a jettison of that cold comes back from that space in between his shoulder blades, and almost like it came into his body, it comes out in a big, almost conduit through the spear into the body of the Mephit. Unfortunately, to no avail.
Yeah, it explodes forward and just gives body to this creature. It doesn't seem hurt by it, it just adds it back into its form. What does Aquila do?
Aquila is going to have to take the dodge action.
Gotcha. Aquila takes the dodge action. It is then that method above you, Joe, which is going to come down and make a strike against you. Okay, that is only a 7. That's not going to do. Then that creature did not like you slashing it, Rornak, so it's going to make a strike against you.
You started it.
That's a 16.
Does not hit.
Gotcha.
Just
And
short.
then the method to your right, Joe, is going to make a strike against you. That one's a 20.
Ooh, yeah, he'll slip above the shield.
Gotcha. And that will deal you. Oop. That's going to be 4 points of slashing damage and 2 points of cold damage. As it slices into you, and you immediately feel where you should be bleeding, the wound immediately goes cold, and the blood begins to harden. Cool part is you won't bleed out that way. Bad part is it's freezing your blood as it makes contact.
I rolled 20 for concentration on Hunter's.
That will definitely save. Then it is Rornik.
Alrighty then. We are going to make our strike here against the blue light. So I will roll for ear zone. That's a 17 on the first strike.
Will not do.
And second one will not do either. That is only a 10. He is going to. We'll use a key point, and I will try. We'll go for flurry of blows. We'll see if we can't try and strike it still.
See if you got it.
That is a no with 13. Man, another 17. Not making purchase with this one.
2 swings with the Urzarn followed up by 2 immediate strikes, like 2 sword slashes, and then as you bring the sword back, you use it to lift yourself and make 2 kicks, but this just dodges in between your legs and your sword strikes. Its form so small, it's like trying to hit a golf ball. Like...
It's literally like that meme of, have you ever tried to punch a bird?
Yes,
I feel
exactly.
like yeah, just too shifty.
Moving on down, unless you want to move out of its range. I'll assume no.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Then the other method will try to strike you, Freddy. That's an at 20. That is going to be 10. Nope, that's not 10. That's wrong die. It's not 10. Oh, okay. That is going to be 9 points of slashing. And 7 points of cold damage.
Alright.
Then, alright, Jasper, that spider is finally here. And it wants a piece. So he's going to make it a bite against you. Spider God. The spider gods are true. 21.
Yeah,
Can you make me a constitution saving throw?
I can. Yeah, fuck you, spider. I rolled a 23.
That will pass. So you'll take 5 points of piercing damage. And then you'll take half of... Where are my dates? I need my dates. You're not a date? You are indeed a date. Okay, and they'll take 4 points of poison damage.
Okay.
Alright, that is going to be its turn. Then we go to Freddy. Freddy.
Yeah, I need to roll for concentration.
Yes.
Were those damage values separate, right?
No, they are together in one strike.
I think I still just have to roll a 10 anyway.
You do just need to roll a 10. Or higher.
Constitution.
10 or lower? What?
Yay, I saved. Okay.
Excellent.
My-
Fair Fire continues.
Dookie. Well, I guess I'll do a fucking firebolt with advantage on them.
Absolutely.
One of the ones that Jove isn't fighting, because I've been working with him long enough that he does really good focus on targets. So
There would be the one that is right next to you.
actually,
So,
is there one that's still above us?
yeah,
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go for that since
go for it.
it's harder to reach. Advantage. Oh! The advantage gave me a nat 20, baby.
There it is.
Oh.
I will say, much like you told me once before, there's no way that you don't do this. So how do you want to do this?
Hell yeah. Okay. For some reason his firebolts have just been potent lately. It's weird. Maybe it's just venturing into the cold. Like when he gets that warmth going, he like starts to feel like himself again. Just like for that moment where he's holding onto the firebolt. But he like conjures up the fire and then just like sends it out, and just like the extra heat just kind of like rockets it upwards. Kind of like a firework, like the fairy fire that he just did. He's just in a fireworky mood, and it shoots up, and then much like a firework hits the method, it just explodes it into like frost dust.
And as it does, the fairy fire light shines on it, creates almost like this snow rainbow cloud for a moment. As it's this beautiful kind of shattering display of rainbow light and ice. Rainbow bright. Wait, that's something else.
And then for my bonus action this time, we'll be sending a Johnny Jasper.
Gotcha. It is then, speaking of Jasper, unless Freddy has movement,
No, I'm sticking by Jove.
Jasper.
Jasper is going to take some deep breaths and use fighting spirit. So she's gonna get 5 temp HP, and she's going to make an attack with advantage on this spider.
Go ahead.
Okay. So that's going to be a 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
Ooh, nice. That's 17 magical slashing.
17 magical slashing. Yeah, you slice and you cut one of the limbs off of this spider. It damages it, but it only doubles down on its efforts to drag you back down into its lair.
Yeah. That'll be it for now.
You got it. Jove.
Oh, reminder, you have a Johnny.
I do indeed. Jove is going to use his bonus action to move Hunter's mark from the one that was flying and now destroyed to the one directly in front of him. He's going to keep the spear out and make an attack. It's with advantage. So the first one is... Ooh, so close. That is going to be a 26.
That'll hit. Go ahead and do
Keela will
damage.
go ahead and she'll add that d6 as well. So we are looking at 13 total. 2 of that's lightning.
How do you want to do this?
Ooh, yeah. So Mephits are smaller than him, so he kind of like takes a step back to try and kind of like bait it as to like come forward, and as it does, he just like pierces through the side of this thing. It's like the side of the knee, like straight into the ground, and then Jove's gonna take the edge of his shield and just go deep into the neck of this thing, and kind of pull, push it, strike all the way through to the ground as best as he can with that shield.
And as it hits the ground, it explodes into a shard of jagged ice. Can I have you make me a dexterity saving throw?
Does Aquila need to as well?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one is me. Dex. Ooh, is a nat 20 for my
Save.
dex. And then Aquila is taking the dodge action, so she'll get advantage. Yeah, that's 23.
You both take 1 point of slashing damage.
Then he is going to turn around and strike the one that's right in front of Freddy.
Okay.
So do that first attack. And the second attack, I should say, with advantage. Yes, so that is going to be 23.
23.
This is just gonna have the d6. So I'll go ahead and re-roll with Piercer. My re-rolls have been shit. That's a minimum for 4 piercing.
4 piercing. Yep, gotcha.
And Aquila will stay where she is and take the dodge action.
Gotcha. Then it is dead. Rornak, you know what's coming.
I do.
That is it's a 24.
24. Yeah, that do hit.
It's going to be okay. That is 12 points of lightning damage.
Whew.
As another shoots through your whole body, you feel your energy being sapped away from you. As it is now Rornak's turn.
Return to sender, hopefully, here. So, take a couple strikes. Oh, that's a crit fail.
In the cold and the snow, you swing down on this, and Irzarn goes past this creature down into the crevasse and sinks itself into the side of it as you pull back, and you are now empty-handed.
It went into the crevice.
It is currently wedged into like the top part. Like you can see it sticks out like about 6 inches for you, the depth of the blade. Out in front is like sticking straight up like a mailbox queue, like embedded into the ice.
That's not great. He'll still take that next strike, albeit unarmed here.
Go for it.
It happened! Ow!
Is that a crit fail?
Crit fail!
Jesus Christ!
Ow!
Rornak, I'm sorry, you fall into the crevice.
Oh my god.
That's back-to-back crit fails. I can't save you on this one. I'm sorry.
I
That's
can't save me either, man.
Rornak, and I'm super sorry. You take 14 points of bludgeoning damage, and you're currently
no.
restrained.
Oh, can I reaction? Oh, I don't even know if that is
You-
reaction. Slow fall, right?
You
Or no?
may, indeed. You have your reaction. You slow fall. You're currently restrained 20 feet down this crevice covered in spider webs.
Ugh, awful.
Wow.
It's this awful thing as this creature has shown that it was able to lead Jasper down this way and then moves itself forward as you're bringing the strike down. You try to catch it with like a bicycle kick to try to meet its erratic movements. It just moves out. You catch yourself on the ice. Gone. All that is, you hear, luckily, Rornak, with your slow fall, you're able to stop yourself and you land just covered in these webs or strained 20 feet down. With Irzarn is still like within your sights, just stuck there in the ice at the top as you're like covered in these webs in this awful weird angle. You can see the body of this large spider fighting Jasper, trying to pull her back down into the webs. As your body lands and moves, the spider's head turns towards your direction. Back-to-back crit fails, holy shit. How is this possible? You've done it again.
I don't fucking know. I don't know. My setup is cursed right now.
Yeah,
I'm throwing everything
absolutely.
off this damn table right now.
Oh, we were done with that.
Yeah, me
my
too. I thought we just
my
talked
di-
about it.
my dice got caught on a napkin there on that second one, and it landed on another crit fail. And I want to curse that napkin placement so bad right now, man. I can't believe it.
Yeah, so the Ronak, do you have anything as your bonus action?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I even really could do with it. I don't know if I could even unarmed strike the web, but I
You
don't know
can.
that counts. Well, that's probably the best option I probably have, so
Go
I'll go
for
for
it.
it. Yeah. Hey, not a crit fail this time. It's an 18.
An 18 will hit.
All right.
Nice, he did it.
Finally, right?
Yay!
He punched the web.
Rory, let's go. That is for 9 bludgeoning.
You twist your body and strike out against these webs, and you are able to successfully unarmed strike your way out of the webs.
Great.
You're no longer restrained. You are at the bottom of this crevice, though.
Do I notice any other spiders in here?
Make me a perception check.
And more spiders.
That is past 12.
Not 10. No, you don't see any other spiders at this point in time.
Roll a d100. How many spiders?
Well, if I were to do something like that, boy, my dice hate you guys so much. That's 91.
91 more spiders. Let's go.
Well, all right.
91 more giant frost spiders. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
No, Rornak, you do not see any other spiders right now. However, speaking of which, with that, since you don't have a climb speed yet, I believe that's the end of your turn, Rornak.
That is the end.
The Mephit will make a strike against, since that one blew up. That one blew up. There's only the third one. It's right next to Freddy and Jove. Let's see if it gets... Well, with that roll, it tries to use a fog cloud as it expels this heavy, cold breath out around it. It obscures you both for just a moment until the storm picks up and carries that bitch all the way away.
Oops.
Yeah, that's not enough intelligence on that one. Yeah, that's a pretty big negative to intelligence. So yes, it tries to cloud its way out as it takes to the air and pulls out of your guys' range. Job and Freddy, you may make attacks of opportunity if you would like.
Yeah.
Certainly would, you know.
I was about to say, I'm like, you guys just gonna let it get away like that? Okay,
Mine's an 19.
that'll hit.
We have advantage. Hold on, let me roll. For
Oh
the
yeah, you're right. We do.
24.
24, gotcha. They'll both will hit.
Nice. I got 7 piercing.
7 piercing.
Shit. I did 9 piercing.
How do you guys combo this?
Hey.
Oh, we can chopstick it and then just slam it down.
Fucking yes. I love that.
Yeah, they chopstick it as the spear and the rapier both catch this like a pair of chopsticks, meet in the middle, and then you both drive it down into the ground. Can have you both make me dexterity saving throws as it explodes?
24. And you have a Johnny if you need it for the saving throw.
I also got a 24.
There you go.
You both take 3 points of slashing damage. As it explodes, but you use kind of your blades to move it in front of the way and saving your faces from the worst of it. Knuckles are a little cut up and cold, but you'll live. That was its turn. Now it is the spider. Oh boy. It's a large creature. It really, really wants a piece of you, Jasper. It's going for it. And sometimes you're not rewarded. Sometimes you go for it and the game gives you a 9. That's not going to do. All right. Freddy.
Yeah. Okay, so all the methods are dead, yeah?
All the methods are dead. You see the glowing blue orb where Rornak was standing. You look around, you don't see Rornak at all. He definitely was standing there. And then you see your sister currently, like, shield to fangs with this giant frost spider.
I'm currently feeling my Zanzan side with that crit on the firebolt earlier, so I'm just gonna point at it, and I'm just gonna say, "Hey, man!" And then the blue orb has just 3 magic darts just pierce straight into it. What do you see? Damn. So each missile does 2.
How do you want to do this?
Yes. Um. I mean, does it have any form other than the orb that we can't see, or?
Not particularly. You can see it's almost like an orb with these ice-like veiny branches that seem to emanate from it as it like reaches out and strikes things and then condenses itself back in. So as you send like your magic missiles out, it tries to dart around and escape the way it did with Rornak, but magic missile never misses, man.
So yeah, it's they just like all 3 summon and just like pierce it, and just like the last one, just like with the method that we just chopstick, just like comes at it from above and just pierces down, and just drives it straight into the ground, and it pops.
There's a flash of blue lights for just a second as the light is then snuffed by the snow. All right. Freddy, anything else from you?
No, I feel like I'm at a good enough distance that I can do whatever I need to, and I don't want to get caught in any AoE stuff. So I think I'll stay back, and I'm gonna save my 3rd Johnny too, just in case any other BS happens today.
Jasper.
I think she's gonna keep fighting the spider.
You have a Johnny.
I have a Johnny, so we'll just roll a regular attack this time. Might as well use the... No, I'll save the Johnny just in case. So that's a 21, or 22 to hit, rather.
A 21 to hit. That'll hit.
That's going to be 9 magical slashing.
9 magical slashing against the speeder. How do you want to do this?
Nice. She's going to I think she's gonna like put one hand on the butt of the like on the pommel of the sword and just like drive it through the face of the spider, just through its body as far as she can go.
You go all the way into the hilt, meaning now that it's pierced through almost no resistance, you can feel the fangs of this spider rest on the sides of your armor, scraping as it falls backwards with this as it falls down into the ravine. Rornak, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
As the body of a large frost spider begins to fall on you.
That's a 14.
A 14. You move out of the way. As you look up and see Jasper, sword punch, you can see her ears are at the top. You hear. Peering down, you can see probably about 90 feet down the way a set of 8 blue gleaming eyes appear from the darkness, shining out through this crevice. The rest of you, Jove, especially with your 17, as Rornak sees one set of 8 eyes, followed by a second set of 8 eyes, begin to appear further down the crevice. The rest of you hear a large thump, 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 as a large shadowed figure obscured by the wind and the snow walks from the ice teeth towards you. It's got to be an easy 12 feet tall, maybe even taller. Large, broad-shouldered, vaguely humanoid-like braids seem to blow past in the winds. As it gets closer and closer, you see the eyes open, and they are a bright, piercing blue. It goes and raises a large, giant hand in the air. And as it goes to release, that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh.
Ooh.
Well, into the goddamn Glacier of the White Worm, guys. We're fucking here.
Fucking there.
Hell yeah.
It's cold, it's dangerous, and everything that lives here is trying to kill you.
No.
You know what they say, out of the fridge and into the freezer.
On the road we blaze. True. It was something.
Wow, you all really said it all. What is there for me to say?
Yeah.
Come on.
Mine works on 2 levels because we're going into the unknown and Frozen 2.
You could say like Mr. Freeze pun from
Ooh, yeah.
Batman.
Everybody chill out.
Out.
Well, let us wish good night to chat.
Good night, chat.
Night,
Night chat.
Nighty night chat. Thank you for sticking around. We started a little bit later. We went a little bit later. We had to do some good metagaming before we started about where we were going, and I need a little bit of extra prep time. So, thank you for sticking through us on this journey. We will see you another week from today for episode 43. I will officially rename this one. Fuck, I'll do it right now. Maybe it'll show up on the screen. Maybe it won't. But we are going to rename this one. Eye of the Tempest. Eye of the Tempest. Part 1. Thank you so much. Peace in the Middle East. Much love. See you next Sunday.